Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears.
Yo, no maniacs. Sorry, we are late again, man. This is some extra sauce. Blame that damn Canadian. It's always him. I'm BSing. Sometimes it's all of us. But hey, welcome into the show, you guys, man. As we get ready to start kicking this off, it's a lot of Bears conversation to be talked about right now. Not only in respects to a couple of the guys that we just acquired in the last few hours. Not only that, but I got several talented pieces for you guys to get eyes on. Maybe you probably heard of a couple of them, but it might be a few there that you don't know too much about. But that's why we're here, man. We're gonna run through some of these players for you this week, and man, we're gonna have a good time doing this show. It's always a good time in life, long as you're up and above ground. So let's enjoy it, man. I know it's a lot going on in the world. I'm very acutely aware of everything that's going on, and I'm keeping my eye on what's happening. But man, this show is for relief. Let's just call it that, man. It is my therapy. I'm sure Trips and Kids' therapy, and everybody that comes into this show. It is good therapy, man, because we have a good time doing it. We're gonna laugh. We're gonna talk a little smack to each other, man. It's gonna be fun. So, but without further ado, let me pass it on to bounce past the Triple R, man. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, right on. What up, everybody? Hope it's all good on your end of town and or the world. Lot of shit going on in the world. Hope you are safe from it. And I just woke up from a little nappy poo. You know, I made an order from Shea Trips earlier, and Chef Trips hooked me up with a shrimp, lobster boil. And you know how it is, got a little of the itis. So I had to knock out for a little something, but here it is. Wednesday night, extra sauce. Live on Nomad Network streaming, live on Kids of Canucks streaming, and live on Sports Chicago style streaming, also known as Triple R SCS. So make sure you are subscribed to all three and settle in for a fantastic night of conversation about Bears topics plus.
Yeah, we got a bunch to talk about tonight, man. We're gonna go through I guess the highlighted part that's on the thumbnail is the Battle of LA in 1942. So if anybody wants to Google that ahead of time, you go ahead, man, and get a little bit interactive with the show. But that's not speculation. That's not conjecture. This is real time stuff that happened in 1942. I'm gonna show you.
Remind me later to ask you about the meteor.
The meteor. Oh, you talking about in Ohio?
Yeah, is that the one that we've been waiting on?
No, I don't think that was a meteor, bro.
The one in Ohio?
Yeah.
Oh, was it a landing? You think?
That look like the same shit that they trying to intercept in Israel.
Oh, I thought those were missiles.
That looked like a missile.
What, missile in Ohio?
I'm saying it's a base right there by the place.
Huh.
Right there by where that happened.
Well, you see, Relentless Mikey's already in the chat talking about Nomad. You see where that meteor exploded over the skies of Ohio yesterday, and you heard that, Mikey. Nomad's like, that wasn't a meteor.
See, the thing about meteors is we got this relentless system of checks and balances when it comes to that, and so when there's anything that gets close to our atmosphere or anywhere in the vicinity, there's a notice that goes out. And people are alerted to this. There was none of that happened this week with that. None of that happened. So I think it's a bunch of BS. Shout out to Relentless Mikey, Cloud Chasers Radio.
What up, Benjamin? Benji.
Everybody else that's in here. Patterson Air Force Base. That's right, Relentless Mikey. Right there. Right there. So yeah, it's NORAD. There you go. That's the system. That's the system. But yeah, man.
It was too busy playing tic tac toe.
You know what, man?
The
Let's
Whopper.
let's get human for a second before we get into this, man. What's been happening with you this week? How you feeling? How's life?
Uh, Everything's cool. Looking forward to Easter Sunday. You know, having some family over,
Is that
doing a
this,
little cooking.
is that this
You
week?
know, nah, April 5th.
Hmm.
Yeah, so it's not this week, but it's coming up soon. And other than that, while we got part of the country, the Southwest, namely, suffering through record-breaking heat, now we're getting back above freezing to melt some of the inches of snow that we got the other day out there. So,
Oh,
you know,
man.
it's gonna be in the 50s and 60s and 70s this weekend, so I can wear my little boy pants. But other than that, it's just been a lot of time in the house wishing that winter was over.
Hey, so man, a couple things happened this week. Oh man, my car just my van just now is able to get into a shop, not for the glass that was busted out, but because it malfunctioned right before that storm happened. And they were just busy, man, and we were just trying to get it in there. And yesterday was the first day, so we had to have it towed over there, and that's a fee. Now they looking at it. They got it yesterday. We still haven't heard back. But it's sometimes with all the business that this guy has, it might take a couple 2 or 3 days before we hear back. Hey, we just took a look at it. This, that, and the third, and this is what it is. Blase Skippy. But man, dude, it's the inconvenience of not having your vehicle. It's just an inconvenience, man. It's not the end of the world. I know people who be losing their stuff when anything gets a little bit out of their pattern and out of order for them. People can hack it. You ever notice? You ever meet some people like that?
Yeah, they melt down at the drop of a hat.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like calm the fuck down. You'll be all right.
Man, hey, what is that? Caden XR? Yeah, we are
Yeah,
secure.
it's like Caden.
Hang around here, you're gonna have a good ass time, my boy.
Right on.
Trust me when I tell you. Hang tight. What up, Darius Morgan? But yeah, another part of the story is my sister, my older sister, who's been since my brother passed away, which is like her twin. She's been going through some shit, man, and she's a military veteran. She's got an amputated leg, and that's a thing. And so she's got stuff going on in her house like I do. The hell beat up her house and her car. So she's got this specially made car that had to be like two different cars that had to be put together to make her car because she needed a lift to get in her car. And so this thing has got this mechanized lift that puts her in the car and she can move around like a normal person. And that hell beat the hell out of that car, man. And people came out and told her it's total. And so I guess the
Did you say totaled?
totaled it. That's what most people's cars are getting totaled, man. Nice
Totaled
looking
from hell. I can understand the dents and all. I mean,
dog.
so it's just like the broken glass and the dents totaled it.
Dog, the hell was size of like small cantaloupes, softballs.
Oh, so these are not little hail damage. These are dents.
Dog, it was beat to shit.
Conclaves and such.
I got off easy. I got little teeny dents in my car and a bunch of just on one side of it's teeny dents and on the other side it's a little bit more damage, but just completely shattered my back window.
Damn.
And so it was bad. And like the side, I got big holes in my siding. The roof is jacked up. I got leaks going on. She's got the same stuff going on. So she's one of them people that, she's used to her pattern. And, when things start breaking down, she think life is breaking down. And so I had to talk to her and try to get her some encouragement. And it's like, hey, look, sis, one thing at a time, check one box at a time. If you sit there and and then on top of that, her furnace went out.
Oh, damn.
So she got cold air blowing out of her heating system, and so she's got a bunch of little heaters going on around the house, man. So she is in the dumps about things, man. I always tell people, I said, no matter what you going through, trust me, it's probably somebody not that far from you. It's got it 10 times worse, bro.
And I can understand, from the perspective of having, one leg. Thankfully, I have two. But if you got one leg, that limits your mobility. Having a vehicle, gives you that, let's say, freedom of mobility now, that you don't have. And so now she got one leg and no car. So I mean, she got no mobility or limited, you know what I mean? So
Well,
I mean, so it may be an inconvenience for some, and to her it may end up, overall being an inconvenience for a few days. But that few days now she's, house locked and can't do shit. That's more mental stress on top of the shit she already dealing with.
yeah, and yeah, that's just another part of the puzzle. But another thing is her mom is, I think, going through either early stages of dementia or she's going senile.
Oh Lord.
And she just wrecked her car, and so she's been going through therapy and trying to function. And man, dude, it's like a basement's flooding. I was just like, hey, look, you gotta deal with one thing at a time. First of all, get these people out here to get your heat back on. You probably gotta probably like that happened to me in the middle of the winter, probably about 2 or 3 years ago. And I bought a brand new furnace, brand new water. What do you call those water heater
Hot
things?
water heater.
Hot water heater, brand new. When I walked in the house, bought a brand new unit, heating and air conditioning unit on the outside. Those are the three things I had to make sure was there when I started rehabbing this home. And yeah, and about 6, 7 years later, the furnace went out. So instead of going and replacing the whole damn piece, I had somebody who gets thrown out units and takes them and fixes like the motherboard of them. And
Rehabs.
yeah, rehabs it. And he just can't. He pulled the motherboard out of one of the ones he rehabbed, put that thing down there. It's been firing ever since. So I told her that, and she was just like, "Who is that?" I told her who it is, his number, and that relieved her a little bit. And as the conversation kept going on, I could see her spirit starting to get lighter.
Cool.
I could feel it. You know what I mean? She got a little bit more energy, just went up. You can feel when somebody is just
Yeah, when you alleviate one of the stressors, you take one of those weights off of the back. It's like, oh, okay, that's one less thing to worry about. But I tell you one thing though, a blessing in disguise. Considering her mom, wrecked her car, and
no,
her condition, that makes it easier to be like, hey, moms, yeah, that driving thing that you used to do, you ain't doing that no more.
yeah, it's time. It's time. It's time. But that good luck. I've been in the process, like when my girlfriend's mom, we had to go to the DMV before she did, so the DMV can shut her down. So it wasn't on us to have to be like, you ain't getting no keys no more.
Right.
And
And now it's like, well, like you said, the car was totaled, right? Her mother's car.
I don't know if that one was total, but my sister's
Well,
got total from the storm.
according to the insurance people, as far as her moms know, it was totaled. You know what I'm saying? What's she gonna do? Get a private investigator and go search it out? No.
Get
So it's like, hey, moms, yeah, that car, it didn't make it. And it's like, oh, I guess I gotta get another one. Yeah, we'll go shopping for one next week. And
got
next week we'll never be shopping for a car.
got to put her in the trick bag.
Exactly. And it's
Luckily,
like, yeah, we talked about this, remember? No, I don't remember that. Well, think about it, you will. And then,
and
what I mean? Because you've seen the deterioration mentally and the haze, and those people need to be treated with care, love, and dignity, of course, but they don't need to be on the road.
no,
And it's a hard conversation to have because of feelings and emotions and shit, but those are quite irrelevant at the time.
I've been through it twice already. Triple R, my pops. then my girlfriend's mom. But the thing with my girlfriend's mom was it was easy. Like my pops was a real struggle, man. I had to talk to him in ways I ain't never talked to my pops, but I got the point across. But the you know how easy it was when we went down to the DMV and told the lady that was running it what the situation was, bro. When I say she understood the assignment, she understood that damn assignment, bro.
No, I'm sure it wasn't her first rodeo.
She understood. It's like, hey, she can't have a valid driver's license, and I'm gonna tell you why. And she was just like, say no more. Bring me
Yeah.
a doctor's note. Bring me a doctor's note. Boom, it was over.
Done. You know what I mean? Because now, legally, if she gave that a license out to someone who's incapable of being on the road, that's her ass. So not only is she saving the family the embarrassment, the pain, and all of that friction, blame it on the state. You know what I mean? Hey, the DMV. You can't argue with the DMV. They said no, my duke. So you know what I mean? So I mean, do what you got to do, but it's gonna be sucking to just have to watch that happen in real time. And
Like,
so, the least amount of outside stressors possible, the better. But life is what it is. So as long as your sister has the support of you, because we know that Nomad is going to give all he got to support those that he loves, and she has the understanding that she's not alone. You know what I mean? She'll be all right.
Relentless Mikey, I understand. I appreciate what you just said here.
What
That
is it?
perspective he just said. I'm gonna read it. Relentless Mikey says, "Loss of independence is a tough thing."
Mm,
And be honest with you, it's kind of an understatement if you've gone through somebody you've dealt with somebody that had to lose it. Like it was very easy for my girlfriend's mom. My pops was a whole different animal. When I say a whole different animal, he clawed like a skull. I mean, he clawed like a hungry bear just coming out of a cave, bro. Like literally, he totaled his car. He totaled his car and still wanted me to come over there and pull the bumper up and bungee cord the bumper, hook it up on there. He can still drive it. And my grandma could not get the license away from him, couldn't get the keys away from him. He went to sleep with them keys. He wasn't giving them up, bro. He wasn't giving them up, but it was a monster trying to get him off of that, man. Once I finally had to say a couple things to him, he finally that waned. And he realized like I had to he would fuss about it knowing that he's scared to drive that car because he couldn't really see well enough to be driving the car. But he wants to threaten you like I'll drive my car anytime I want to. Give me the keys. And so finally I realized what he was doing. And I was just like, I drove him over to my cousin's house to try to fix his bumper up, trying to appease him a little bit.
mm.
And he give me a couple bungee cords and shit. I'm hooking it up, and he's still talking shit. And I'm just like, you know what? God damn, fuck it. Take the keys. I said, you drive back. You drive back right now. No, you drive back. He's telling me, no, I ain't driving shit. You driving it. No, I don't want to drive. I thought you wanted to drive.
Not now.
Talking all that shit. No, you don't want to drive. You just want to give me hell. No, I never talk like that to my pops, never, ever. But it came down to that, man. And so, why I appreciate what Mikey said about the loss of losing. I mean, the losing independence, the loss of that is. Can you imagine people having to do everything for you? You having to wait on everybody's whim to do something for you, take you somewhere after your whole life has been spent you
Right.
getting up and doing what the hell you want to do. I respect that.
Yeah. Yeah. And then, just hopefully you get people that care about you and protect you and, take care of you. And your caregivers are not abusive, you know what I mean? So, the plight of the old, aging, and elderly is not something that, a lot of people look forward to or enduring right now gracefully. So if you can look out for your neighbors and they're elderly or something, help them out what you can, shovel their walk or bring in the groceries or something, because a lot of people now are alone that don't have anybody to help them. So if you can look out, do that.
One last thing, it was a lady across the street from me. I call her Miss Lily, and she was in that state. She just now recently, within the last 2-3 months, her children or a child or a grandchild came and got her and moved in with her. But she's just one of them ladies that she's retired and she's getting to that phase in her life, and she's just doing anything she can to keep independence. And I mean anything. Doing stuff she ain't supposed to be doing, like walking around, just walking with a damn purse on her. She's old and frail.
Her pocketbook.
I'm like, but I told everybody on the block around here, no, you see Miss Lily, you look out for her. Don't let me hear nothing about nothing happened to Miss Lily. I'm telling you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so she's one of the elderly people on the block that I always look out for. But she's gone now, and I think one of her grandchildren is living in her home, or at least taking care of it. But man, since I've been here, I've been looking after that lady, man. She'd be walking around here. She'll literally go take a shopping cart, and I got a Family Dollar about, not even a quarter of a mile, 3/4 of a mile away from here. It's in walking distance. And she will go over there and take one of their damn shopping carts and walk that mug all the way home. Put her stuff up.
That shit.
Put her stuff up and walk it all the way back up there with a purse on the shoulder.
Yeah, kind of lean on it at the same time too. Yeah.
So I got people around here that's acute to the situation. Now they'll see her in that mode, and they'll just get up and just, hey, Mister, let me walk with you. You know what I mean? So that's community right there.
Mm-hmm. And then also don't sleep on, especially nowadays. Not only do we have the inflation, but with this conflict / war / excursion, whatever the fuck that means, not incursion, that prices are going up higher for like everything, because everything is delivered somehow using diesel or fuel or oil. So remember that these older people on the fixed incomes, not your gen not millennials. What's the older generation? It's not X. What's the one older than X?
Baby boomers.
Baby boomers. Not all the baby boomers are, sitting on that sweet retirement money. A lot of them are struggling. So, I mean, if you got, an extra plate or some leftovers, hey, let's share. You know what I mean? Make a big pot of soup and be like, hey, Miss Jenkins or neighbor, I made a big pot of soup. Here's a couple bowls. Would you like it? Don't make it a handout or or charity. Just share. Make a little extra for somebody may be struggling. And be like, hey, just want to share this with you. Just do it in the hopes that one day when you may be struggling or need a little helping hand, that somebody will do the same thing for you. So what do they call that? Paying it forward. You know what I'm saying? Do that.
Man, dude, like I tell you some stuff, like every time she smell like grill, if I got some chicken on there, she got to have some of that chicken, bro.
Got to have that Yardbird.
She got to have some of that chicken. Kids, you ain't getting no introduction with your late ass, man. You get out here when you want to. You ain't getting no intro. But yeah, man, I'm gonna miss her. She's not gone.
No damn intro.
You ain't getting one.
I'm worldwide.
That I miss her already, and I enjoy. Sometimes I would I just get on the grill because I know she like some smoked chicken, and just make something for her. She don't know it's about her. You know what I mean? But she'll. That's something that she could eat. Something grilled that ain't fatty or nothing like that. And it was good for her. She loved my homemade barbecue sauce, man.
That's something that, you go out and you going to make chicken just for her and you eat a couple pieces on the side. But like Ron is saying here, his next door neighbor, lost her husband and her dog.
Yeah.
And he does, whatever he can to help her. He knows that she's lonely. And it's like, that's 2 family members right there.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's like, damn. And so, yeah, good looks, Ron. Do whatever you can do. You know what I mean?
All right, man. Kids, how your life been, man? Before we get ready to turn the page here.
Boring. Nothing spectacular is going on. Same shit, different pile. Just keeping it moving, keeping the money coming in the door. Just trying to get through winter, man. Like I said, winter. I thought winter was done, and then with a vengeance, that MF came right back like a boomerang. So we're full. We're full winter again. You know what I mean?
Mikey says you're huge, and who the fuck is Stan?
See, I got my people in who the fuck is Stan, man. They sing my praises. They sing my praises.
See, there's that kid's merch right there.
You're a big man in that part of the world.
You know what? That'd be a dope T-shirt, Mikey. You know what I'm
Mayor
saying?
of who the fuck is Stan?
Man, the president. Fuck
I'm a big.
think bigger, bro. Think
I
bigger.
would say I'm a big man, and who the fuck is Stan?
See? But yeah, no, man. Just winter blahs, man. Trying to get through winter, man. Like, I think we're gonna get some decent weather there next week, which might hopefully melt some of this garbage we got on the ground. But like I'm telling you, man, I thought we were out. I was feeling good, and then bam, right back again. So
you and the northern part of the United States as well. But hold on a second, man.
Inches.
I'm gonna have to let my cat in if I had to karate chop her ass.
Yeah, I was breaking it down that it snowed several inches yesterday or day before.
Yeah.
After a big, huge windstorm and tornadoes over the weekend. Nomad was talking about the hell. But it's supposed to be 70 on Saturday, so we got that looking, to look forward to. Get that going for us.
Very, very simple. Like I don't. It's crazy because where I'm at and where you're at is it's quite far away, but somehow we seem to generally have similar weather situation. Like y'all was looking at hail and potential tornado, and meanwhile I'm looking at an ice storm out of the woodwork, and just similar wild weather events seem to happen in Chicago as well as in Ontario. So go figure. I'm just saying, anytime now, spring, I'm with it. I will feel uplifted personally and mentally, and I'll be able to get back into I don't know, like I say, during the winter months, I just feel general shitty. But
I was about to say, kid. I think it's a good place to share what. It's up to you, but share what you told me about what winter does to you.
It's just like there's the winter blahs, man. Like things. Once the snow sort of comes into play, I can't speak for everybody. I start
sad. Seasonal affective disorder.
Basically, 9 months of my life is screwed.
Oh, you were there to deal with this conversation? You were there, Trips, when we had that conversation?
No, I mean it's a winter thing.
Yeah.
Because when the lack of sunlight, the daylight or the savings time or whatever the hell that time is, it's darker longer, so you don't get as much vitamin D, and it's it's depressing, it's sad, it's lonely, it's kind of like you got the winter blahs, as they say, and they call it seasonal
depression.
It's SAD. That's the seasonal affective disorder or seasonal affective depression. But the actual acronym is SAD.
Yeah. Like I said, this year it didn't really hit me anywhere near. Is there a good reason I live and can't? To be honest with you, just money. That's really like I screwed up, Patrick. If you're asking that question, I really screwed up. So the better part of my family outside of one branch Upton picked it. They said like they had enough of this and up and moved to Florida. They're like, you know what I'm saying? Like enough with the snow. They moved to Florida. At about 2010, I had an opportunity to move to Florida, and I probably really should have like went full go with that opportunity.
You shouldn't.
Well, and then again, maybe I shouldn't. I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know. But
good
like,
move to stay in Canada. Good move.
I wouldn't feel shitty during the those months.
For the life of me, but it's just me and my psyche. I will never understand how weather depresses people, because it's like every season I enjoy.
Well, here it is.
Hold on a minute. What do
So
you
here's the
enjoy
definition,
about winter
kids.
at this age?
Let me give you the definition, and then you go, kids. Seasonal affective disorder, SAD, is a type of depression related to seasonal changes, typically starting and ending at the same time each year, most commonly appearing in late autumn through winter. Symptoms include low energy, fatigue, sadness, and increased sleep. It is triggered by reduced sunlight affecting brain chemistry, melatonin and serotonin, and primarily treated with light therapy, psychotherapy, or antidepressants. Go ahead, kids.
Well, he asked me a question.
What about winter at this age? Like, let me just frame it. At a younger age, I did not feel this way. Let's be straight up about this. I enjoyed winter for what it's worth, because there were things that I would go outside and do that were fun and cool. One of those things is jumping on a sled and hitting a hill and just, building ramps and going off those jumps. Here it's like a religion. Hockey's a religion here. So I'm out there playing. I can't skate, but I'm out there playing road hockey.
No need for all that. We get it.
I'm just saying it was fun back then. Now it's like I go outside and it's just work and bullshit.
And you are obtuse to some work. And
I ain't trying to do stuff I ain't got to do.
That's what I mean. And you got to look at it this way. I keep trying to tell you, it's an opportunity to keep blood flow, good blood pressure. Good blood pressure comes from a little bit of labor. You know what I mean? Keeping your blood going. That's one thing. The other thing is I had a chance to move around in a couple different parts of the country and, learn to respect and appreciate all the seasons of the year. It's weird when you go to a part of the country where you don't even know it's winter. You know what I mean? Like winter up here, the optics. I love it. You know what I mean? Yeah, of course you can do without some of the shoveling and raking cars off with snow and scraping cars. Of course, it's a couple of minutes of discomfort for, and also this is the third component, kids. When you look at it this way, in the spring and summer, I'm an outside person. I'm always out there tending to a garden and fixing shit up and taking care of the yard, and all that stuff is like round the clock, man, bro, all the time. And so by the time the winter gets here, it's like relief. You know what I mean? So you think the winter is work? Shit, spring and the summer is fucking work for me.
No, but that's what I'm trying to say. Like, you're going out there doing stuff that you enjoy, though. It's work, but it's
work.
Like, you enjoy that, though, brother. Like, and I'm saying this because
you think I enjoy being out in the hot bacon.
My dude, you are Black Jesus. You're out there in a dashiki digging up in the ground.
I didn't say I enjoyed it. I'm hot
toes in the earth.
You love that, man. You love that. You actually, the amount that you talk about being out in that garden, digging up and planting stuff. You enjoy that. It is work, though. Like, don't get me wrong, but you enjoy that work. There's a difference. And like, just like I'm saying, me going out there playing road hockey and jumping on what Canadians call a toboggan. Got to throw the Canadian word out there because I don't know if y'all know about toboggan.
Yeah, toboggan. Yeah,
all right, just check.
Sleds for multiple people.
It's a sled. So, anyways, going out there and just having fun in the snow is something that I would do as a child. As a grown adult, I don't get there's no enjoyment for me going out in the freezing cold and dealing with snow and dealing with my car in snow. There's no enjoyment in the winter season. There's at least enjoyment for you in the summer season when you're growing stuff and you're seeing the fruits of your labor. Like I fully get it.
I'll challenge you with this, kid, from this perspective. Look at it through a different prism is the best thing I can tell you. Instead of looking at winter as this, oh my God, this shit. Look at it as it's like there's an ambiance to winter. There's an ambiance to winter. And to me, it triggers both me and my girlfriend to want to, kind of snuggle down and kind of tuck it in and, get the blankets out and put on a show, put on a movie when I got time, when she's got time. And, that's like, we hang out, we have some drinks, we'll have a charcuterie board out. And so you add things to that ambiance. You're supposed to snuggle and chill out in the winter and just, it ain't got to be personal, but just being next to each other and enjoying something together. You get some months of the year to really, really do that. No real reason for your ass to be outside unless you got a shovel anyway and take care of something, but use those moments to rekindle, you know what I mean? So I look at it through that prism, you know what I mean? So we have some really good moments during these months, man, because, like I told you, man, she wasn't a pajama person, but I bought her like a slew of onesies, nice, pretty ass onesies. She just loves them.
Stop.
They cute on her. And she just, I'm serious, kid. Seriously, man.
I believe you. I'm just trying to make sure we don't go in the wrong direction. You just keep.
So we've turned it into a thing. We've turned it into a thing, and she likes to on her, like, we got that coming up this weekend, and it's going to be a little bit warm, I think, this weekend. But she enjoys getting home and being off and getting in her onesie, and we got something dialed up on Netflix, something dialed up on Prime, whatever. And we just get some food, we get some drinks, and look at it that way. Like, these are moments for your relationship.
So, like, yeah, I can't do that. So, yeah, Patrick, he did say he pulled out the charcuterie board. He did. We'll have to cut out a drop of that later on.
Strawberry in here don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
I'm just everybody who got a woman or been with a woman know what a charcuterie board is. Outside of that, the excuse is fine. You don't know, you know what I mean? You don't
meat,
need to know.
cheese, fruit, and crackers.
There you have it, and that's what charcuterie is all about. But yeah, so problem number 2 for me is all of the things that you said are cool, except they equal like wait. You know what I mean? Like you're just chilling inside, eating,
dog,
with your woman.
You gotta mix other things.
You're gonna put fat on and that. Like,
bro,
I know you stay good, but I put on size in the winter. It's the worst, bro.
You soloed out the one thing bad about that.
I'm just saying it's the worst. Winter is the worst.
All that great stuff I just said, you solo out the one bad thing that could come from that.
It's the worst, dog. I'm telling you. I put on weight. It's just facts. I put on at least 10 pounds in the winter because I'm not outside doing stuff, and I don't want to go outside to do stuff. So I got to try to do stuff inside, which I'm less motivated to do. It's you know what I mean? Anyways, long story short, I don't like it.
Hey, Mrs. Kids or Missy, if you're watching the show, listening, would you tell this man, or we'll tell him, so you don't have to. All relationships require a needle and thread at all times. You understand that?
No, I don't.
All relationships require a needle and thread. Yes, you gotta constantly make sure you're hemming the seams of it, and so it doesn't bust out wide open.
Speaking of seams, those onesies, they got like the Velcro back doors, or is like zip down front?
I tried my best, though, man. I tried, man.
And Corey reminds one of them.
He's just a weirdo. It wasn't you this time.
Bro. He's not that weird because that's what my head was used. I could telepathically see it coming. So I tried to curtail it. I tried to use my telepathic power.
I forgot about it until you said something. I just didn't.
But so like the back, like, does it flip down? You know, like
ain't nobody doing this to that, man.
You know it does. So that being said, like the track that was running through my head, like in telepathic coordination with Triple R, is "We Want Easy" by Eazy-E. And why? Is because at the very beginning of this song, he says that somebody said they're asking questions to Eazy, and one of the questions is, "Hey, Eazy, why you wear your pants like that?" And I'm like, hey, Patty, why you wear your onesie like that? For easy access, baby. Okay.
Right, and it's like the access part. And because if it flips down in the back, that's the easy access for when you got to go potty.
Hey man,
But if it don't have a flip down, that means you got to unzip all the way down the front and take it off your arms and pull it down by your ankles.
and it ain't no problem. So we don't need none of that.
So no backdoor access.
When it's time, we ain't got no problem peeling out that motherfucker. Trust me.
Hey, all right.
None. We don't need no goddamn Velcro and zippers and shit. None of that.
Just open it up and pop it back up when
your lady like you as much as you like her, ain't no problem.
Well, how they say easy access, baby.
When she like you as much as you like her, ain't no resistance, bro. None. That is not an inhibitor, bro.
I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing to be pronouncing on a podcast.
I shouldn't, but I'm just telling
you. I'm sorry.
You hope to God in your life that you with somebody that, after some time that still is attracted to you, and you do things, and some about you is still attractive to her, and some about her is still attractive to you. And it's just chemical at that point. You know what I mean? It's just animalistic at that point. And so these things don't matter in certain kind of relationships. But I do believe in the needle and thread, kids, because little things like that is always, it's like an elixir to your relationship, man. It can, when you think things are long gone, you put that needle and thread to it in the way that I just talked about, you start enjoying some things with her, man, you start remembering the things about that person that you really, really enjoy.
If you're gonna be like Patrick Higgins here, he needs not a needle and thread, but like an acetylene torch or something.
Hey dog,
he's on his third wife and he still ain't figured out a damn thing.
You know what? He did figure something out.
That shit after the first one, Patrick.
He figured out that recycling is good for the environment. You keep on recycling, Patrick.
All right. All right, man. I don't know. I'm not a fan of marriage, but that's for a whole other conversation. I don't believe in it. I think it ruins relationships, but that's me. But we can talk about some other things. What y'all want to do? Y'all want to drink, or y'all want to eat?
Let's power through the food because I'm hungry as all hell. And hopefully we can just get through that quickly before I have to escape and go grab something.
I want to see who's ever tried this. Let me slide us to the side right quick. Who's ever tried this at home? Take off, Triple R.
Pepperoni calzone. Ingredients: dough, flour, rolling pin, tomato paste, mozzarella, Italian seasoning, pepperonis, and garlic butter. Basically,
I like how he included the rolling pin as an ingredient.
As an ingredient?
Continue.
Basically, what this is
how many people don't know that? Imagine.
Well, this is the calzones are big in New York, and these are, and like Jay Grizz is saying, like a fancified big ass pizza puff.
It's what it is. Pizza puffs that taste better.
Yeah. Well, yeah, pizza puffs are better, but calzone is very, very doughy because it's basically a pizza dough rolled out and folded in half, and then you put the ingredients, your stuffings, in the little pocket, then seal it up and bake it. Yeah. So it's like a crust on the bottom, a crust in top, with whatever whatever fillings you got, pepperoni, sausage, or what have you.
You got
all right. I need a timeout here, y'all. So, like, can you? And I'm sure Triple R can, but can you define the difference between a calzone and a pizza puff? Like, what's the difference?
A pizza puff is more you can use like a puff pastry kind of outer dough.
So it's not inner pizza crust per se. It's like
it's not pizza crust per se, but it can be.
Okay.
But it's more of a flaky Larry crust. And then the inside is much more condensed and compact. So when you bite it, you're biting into the meat or whatever your filling is, as opposed to a calzone. There's a lot of dough, to get through on both sides.
So y'all Chicagoans are so real about your pizza. It's like a legit thing. Over here, we'll calzone's usually in an oven, like the way that Jay Grizz is explaining it. I don't think I've ever had a deep fried pizza puff. I'll put that out there now, and maybe it's something I can rectify over the course of the next week or two. But I don't think I've ever had a deep fried one. I think the ones I've had here are generally also done in an oven, so the pastry might be a bit different, which leans me more towards a calzone at the end of the day.
Or what also you can do is tortillas.
Well, hold on before you go there, Trips,
Oh
because
yeah, go ahead.
about to turn it into a whole nother goddamn recipe. I'll tell you my experience. I never had a calzone in my life until 2016.
Oh wow.
2016, my first calzone. I was my girlfriend, a New Yorker, Brooklynite, was just like, I don't know what made her ask me, but I was just like, she was just like, you ever had a calzone? I was just like, heard of them, but I ain't never had one. She's like, what? You gotta have a calzone. So she knew some real Italian New York pizzeria out in what was it?
Sal?
No, it was Marietta. We was in Marietta.
In Georgia.
Yeah. And she knew a guy that moved out from Jersey or New York somewhere that opened up a shop down there in Marietta, man. And she knew the people. No, I don't even know she knew him, but she got familiar with him. And she wanted me to try this shit, man. And I was just like, yeah, okay, whatever. And it was good. It was good. But compared to a pizza puff, man, it's different. It's just different, man. And, the calzone gets the most attention, nationally and, through or worldwide, people recognize a calzone. You say calzone, people know exactly what it is. Pizza puff, totally different thing. It's very regional, but much better tasting. Much better it's more fulfilling. It's more ingredients. So if you like the calzone, imagine double, triple the ingredients inside that flaky crust.
What do you need to elaborate on that a little bit, because the calzones I've had, you could stack it with whatever, right? Like it's not just pepperoni.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like toppings on a pizza.
Exactly, like whatever you want. I had a bacon double cheeseburger calzone at one point for sure.
Well, the difference is like you can have those in the calzones, and typically they have one of the original pizza puff is Italian sausage with a little pecorino romano, and let that simmer together with a few other seasonings.
My first one was pepperoni.
You put that in the wrapper, and like we were saying, either the like the pastry wrapper, or you can use a tortilla and just fold it in there nice and tight, and then put it in the oven, for 10-15 minutes or however long it takes, and then you have a nice handheld puff, of pizza. That's when you bite into it, every bite you get a mouthful of meat, pause. Or, whatever you have it stuffed with, the extra mozzarella cheeses or mushrooms or whatever.
Okay. Hey, I'll tell you something else too, man. Those pizza puffs are absolutely dangerous, bro. Not only I'm talking about to your waistline, and just that they are that good, but also they can be toxic to your facial structure. I've seen them things burn people's mouth completely up, literally disfigure people's mouths because they be out drunk and hanging out, and we go stop and get some shit, and them things is piping hot coming right out of the heat. And if you know what I know, you crack that thing open a little bit.
Oh yeah, you're getting into, you're getting into like Jamaican patty strategy. You know what I mean? Like that's that's passed down through generations. You have to know what's up, or as we say on the island, wagwan. I'm just, what I'm saying? Like that's just how it is. You crack that thing open, you let it steam out a little bit before you burn yourself in a way that you're not going to
Hey,
be
I'm not.
pleased with.
Hey, Trip. Hey, kids. I'm not foreign to that happening to me a little bit. That happens to me on a regular basis. If I go to a pizzeria somewhere, I like my pizza piping effing hot, and I'm ready to. I'm ready for it.
And no, but then you burn all the taste buds on your tongue. You can't enjoy it.
You can't even taste
You be like my man Martin Lawrence in Life. It's like, did you enjoy the pie? No, it's too damn hot.
I know if you from Chicago, you got hold to a pizza puff and it burnt your ass up at one point in your life. I know it had to.
I'm just saying, Jamaican patties the same damn thing. I'll never forget it. My cousin, he'd always, get his patty and slice it in half. No matter how many patties he's getting, he slice it in half. And I'm like, man, what's up with that? And he's like, you must be burning yourself left, right, and center, young buck. Let me explain this to you. And he broke down the science. I was like, oh damn, never really thought about this. So now I slice mine in half, or I take just a quick bite. You know what I mean? Quick bite off the top and dodge the steam. Eat that little corner and let the rest cool down. But there's method to the madness, man. There's science there.
Hey, is there
speaking of real quick, Nomad, just a little teaser. In relation to Smitty Q's comment, said the wife, why is Trips talking like that? It's just that Chef Trips influence, because we were recording some things earlier, and he reminded me to tell y'all that he's looking forward to being with you next Wednesday for the live cooking, demonstration. And I can give somewhat of a hint because he kind of let me know, but it has something to do pizza and Chicago pizza, but not like deep dish or anything. So I don't know where he's going with it, but next Wednesday on some extra sauce for the live cooking for Chef Trips. Yeah. Look forward to that.
He lying, y'all. He nasty.
All I know is as much as I love Chef, I'm super happy he's not here tonight because I'm hungry. I would have to dip at some point to go get something to eat, man. Because I'm just saying, sometimes he's cooking up stuff, and I'm like, damn it, I gotta get something to eat.
Okay, so real quick, calzone. The first calzone I had was supreme without the green peppers and onions. I didn't know how they was gonna cook their green peppers and onions. I'd rather have mine sauteed, so I had them remove that. So there was, of course, pepperoni sauces. There was mushroom in it. Might have been something else, but those are the main three things I can remember. But that was good. It was good, man. It's flaky, but it's, to me, the bread is a little too much.
There's a lot.
Yeah. I'll just say that.
Well, but that's also something that you didn't picture here, but it also comes with a side of dipping cup of marinara sauce.
Oh, okay. I've had it with marinara on the side. The other thing I was going to say, and that's a garlic butter piece. You can't really see it here. Usually there's garlic butter on the top and maybe like that garlic salt sprinkle on the top too. I've had it like that as well. So, like, long story short, are y'all... Nomad, you cooked this at the crib?
We have before.
Yeah, okay. All right. Like this, I draw the line in certain places, and I kind of draw the line on pizza. I'm not one to, like, I say that, and the wife she actually does make her own pizza every so often, and it's pretty damn good. I have to admit, but I won't. It's not an area of cooking that I delve into.
I mean, if you're willing to roll out the dough, I helped my girlfriend roll it out. She got tired of rolling. I started rolling, and we got it like as thin as we can get it, and then trim the edges off of it and wrapped it. You put your ingredients. It's that simple. Ain't nothing complicated about this at all. You just got to be willing to put in the, elbow grease to roll your dough out as thin as you want it, man.
That's the hardest part is the flour and the dough and the rolling and all of that.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's easy peasy.
Yeah, that's a job I'm not trying to take on. So I may, like, could you could you go and get like pre-prepared dough to do this?
Yeah, you can get the like the pizza dough that's already cooked,
and just fold
but
it.
you're going to make sure all your ingredients are already cooked as well.
Yeah,
Nothing raw, obviously, and then do it like that. It's a
I see
little
what you're
bit different, but you can.
I see. Okay, cool.
My man is opposed to a little labor, man.
Well, I'm not like
Get
I,
it
I
in.
am and I'm not. There's just certain things I will put labor into. I'm not a fan of rolling dough. Like I'm just be real about
It ain't
that.
fun, but guess what? We live in a world where you might have to learn how to do it if you like bread.
Or pierogi.
I can live without the breads. I'm just being real. I'm more of a like, you know what I mean? I'm more of a soups and stews and steak and and stuff like that. I'll definitely be in the kitchen whipping up. But once we get into the baking fare, I'm actually just not a fan of baking in general.
When I see my girlfriend breaking out in a little sweat trying to thin that out because she knows I don't like thick crust, I had to help her, man. So I got in there and started, rubbing that
That's
thing.
work. Now that's work.
I hear you though, Mikey. That sounds good, an Italian beef calzone.
Oh,
Yeah,
word.
with jardinera. Yeah. Italian beef.
That sounds righteous as hell.
Okay, Mikey.
Make sure your ass is here next week, Mikey. I'm just saying.
Mikey doing big
But
things.
a question though there. Well, not question, but more comment, kids. What's the expression? I think I saw in the chat before that baking is
I know, babe.
scientific, whereas cooking is an art. So you can get jiggy with cooking, but baking is very regimented, very precise measurements. You know what I mean? You got to put in that work. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's only two things that I bake. And you're right, Triple R. Everything else is art. I can just kind of like a little bit of this, a little bit of that, taste it, see what's happening, and freestyle my way into an awesome meal, and it's always good. Whereas you're right. So the two things that I do bake, I bake some crazy chocolate chip cookies. My chocolate chip cookies are off the chain. But again, it took trial and error, and I had to get to the spot where that science made sense and I could memorize the science. So cookies I got. There's one other thing that two other things that I do. I do waffles, which is pretty much a baking situation, except you put in the waffle iron. And the last thing I do is a beaver tail, and everybody's gonna go, "What the hell is a beaver tail?" Y'all know what a beaver tail is?
You mean
we talking about pepperoni calzone. Now we gotta stick to what
settle down, Red Baron.
Oh, sorry. All
right. Last thing I would say about pepperoni calzone, if you want to try it, my advice to you is make sure you got two specific things on the inside and on the outside of that crust. Make sure you got good slathering of garlic butter on the inside and outside of that thing before you start adding ingredients. Make sure you do that first. And on the inside and outside, and also the Italian seasoning. That's going to give you that Italiano
that flavor, man. I know what you're
Italian.
So that's the pepperoni calzone, kids. I hated to cut that story off.
No, it's all good, man. We can keep it moving
as long as we got this image up here, we got to stick to somewhat what we're getting at.
I know where we going next.
Oh, you're gonna love it.
Okay.
This is a Pat's Philly cheesesteak. Now let me if anybody want to read these ingredients off, I definitely got a story.
Chili.
Yeah, right. Philly cheesesteak. Ingredients: French roll, a flat top grill, onion, green pepper, butter, sirloin, salt, pepper.
That simple. Now, let me tell you real quick. My first experience with an actual Philly cheesesteak, not a Philly cheesesteak in somebody else's part of the country, a Philadelphia cheesesteak. My homeboy, when I was in Columbus, Ohio, we just came back from we're teachers' aides, both of us. And we came back from Christmas break. He happened to be coming in town when I was coming in town. He's getting off a plane. I'm getting off the road. I'm pulling up at the crib, and he calls me. He's like, "Yo, bro, where you at?" I said, "I'm going to pull into the crib." He said, yo, I got something for you. I said, where you at? He said, I'm finna jump in the car right now. I just got off the plane. And at the time now, just remember, me and both of us like Chief Wahoo McDaniel. We like to smoke. And so I'm thinking, that's what I'm thinking. He ain't tell me what it was. And he was just like, I got something for you. I think he brought something back from Philly for me. And I'm all out. And so in my mind, Kids and Trips, I'm thinking we about to smoke it out. And that's all that was on my mind. Cause I ran out when I was I came back here and went back to Columbus. I'm out. And I get there and I'm just like, man, I got to go get me a little something, something. And he calls me. I'm just like, oh, yeah, right on time. So he pulls up at the car. He's got this bag. He's got these 4 damn sandwiches in there. I'm like, what's this? He said, dog, I had to show you because he'd been talking for months about having to taste a real Philly cheesesteak. And he got it from,
Philadelphia.
There's Pat's, the establishment's been there for the longest time. And there's Gino's across the street from that. That's there for
expecting.
Man, look, let me tell you something.
Whole different kind of Philly, huh?
Man, I don't know. I've had cheesesteaks everywhere. But there is something about he literally put them things on a plane, and it ain't that far from Atlanta. I mean, not Atlanta, but Philadelphia to Columbus, Ohio. It's not that far of a ride, man. He got right off that thing. We popped them things in the microwave real quick for like a minute, maybe less than that, and they were warm and ready to go. I'm telling you, they're different in Philly. He got the one like you see here. This is the one he gave me, the one that everybody gets with the cheese whiz.
Yeah, the cheese whiz, not the provolone.
Yeah. And so a lot of people everywhere else has gotten crazy with all the different cheeses they want to put on it. To me, this is the way to go.
So I'm going to fully corroborate the story because I've had many a Philly cheesesteak over the years, and they've all been trash, with the slight exception of my little time in Philadelphia. So I wasn't even there for any. I was there on layover. I had like 8 hours to spend in Philadelphia with me and the fams, and we had to just sort of figure shit out. So we left the airport and kind of just toured around, and we found just a little, I don't know, little like chip truck on the side of the road, and they're selling cheesesteaks, man. I was like, okay, so I gotta get a legit cheesesteak while I'm here. And let me tell you, man, it was dope. It was so good. I've never had a Philly cheesesteak anywhere near as good as I've had it in Philadelphia, bar none.
So he told me about the guy that manages one of the Pats. There's this one that everybody goes to, and he told me one of the little secret about it. And I don't know, I know everybody's heard about him, but maybe not everybody. He's like, man, they put some sweet Vidalia onions.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet Vidalia onions. Because there's a lot of tang and twang in this sandwich right here. The sweet Vidalia onions and the cheese whiz, along with that. And here's the thing. I think if I can remember right, I think Pat's made his out of sirloin. He made it out of sirloin, but other places make it out of ribeye. To me, it's a very similar cut of meat. Same fat marbling, same flavor, but it's a different piece of meat, but same tasting meat. So I just, man, dude had 4 of them. I ate a whole one and a half of one. It's different in Philadelphia.
Did you know that you can make cheese whiz at home though?
Yeah.
Okay. Not just melted cheese sauce, but actual flavor profile of cheese whiz.
What does that look like? Do you know?
Yeah, I can tell you right now. Here we go. Didn't write a song about it though.
Okay.
Melting 8 ounces of sharp cheddar or a mix of cheddar and American into 12 ounces of shimmering evaporated milk with 1.5 teaspoons of cornstarch. and then you can enhance it with things like mustard powder, garlic powder, or paprika. And there you have a perfectly melting over steak cheese whiz at home.
Love it. Thank you, sir.
I can't even tell y'all when the last time I had a cheesesteak.
I'm telling you, like I've had a couple since Philadelphia, but none of
When last
them.
time you had one?
Jeez, when was I in Philly now?
No, I'm just talking about an actual cheesesteak, wherever it was.
Well, it's been a while because I've had them in Philly, the originals, and it's like they're delicious. But once you get away from there,
It ain't the same.
everything's an imitation.
Yeah,
It's
so
a knockoff until there was a guy from Philly and he opened a restaurant, Philly's Best, in Chicago, and they had the authentic, cheesesteaks and grinders, which are like baked subs sandwiches. But after a while, they got more corporate, and the portions got smaller and the prices got higher. So outside of Philly, every cheesesteak I've had has been like, patooey, what is this crap?
I tell you what, Trips. I had one in Atlanta, man, or the place that just opened up. They were a pizza and they did various stuff, but they were mainly there for the pizza. But the one I had that I was just like, I was pissed off because they gave you it was like half of this or less than half of this. It was just like a little ass sandwich, man. It was just like, I wish I had another one of these. But anyway, it was it was the exact same thing, exact same ingredients with the Vidalia onions, but without the cheese whiz. It's the only time I ever enjoyed it without the cheese whiz. It was white American. That white American with this sandwich it's not as good as this one is, but it's right there. Some people like the provolone. I like provolone is sometimes too, depending on how it's made. But provolone is also good.
Well, I kind of agree with Benjamin Williams out there. I'm not a big cheese whiz guy. It worked on the Philly cheesesteak that I had at the time. That's kind of why I prompted Triple R for how do you make it at home. I guess the last time I had a Philly cheesesteak was probably around 2018. This joint I go to nearby my crib, they sell a cheesesteak. The wife buys it every so often, and I had a little taste of it. It was okay, but it's just like we're saying, it's just never the same as what you get in Philadelphia. So I go to that joint for their hamburgers, and their hamburgers are stellar. Anyways,
man, you know what? I've been watching a little too much eating challenges, man. Every now and again, like when I get off a show like this, part of the next day just to decompress from all the shit I had to do to make sure this goes right. As I'm decompressing for a little bit. I watch some shit, on some reels and different things, but I watch a lot of food stuff, a lot of food challenges, man. But man, the people go around the country to do this, man. I'll tell you what, you can make money doing it, but man, make sure that you got a good workout routine plan for whatever. You got a Planet Fitness membership. You can go in any city, state, wherever you at. There's a Planet Fitness on top of a mountain somewhere. But work out, man. Don't be just doing this stuff. And eating is a contact sport, you guys, right about now. Y'all understand that, right? Eating and putting it on TV or on the internet is a contact sport. You get more views doing that shit than you do talking about Chicago Bears, I promise you.
Oh damn, I have to eat every day.
Just tape it.
Yeah. You can call it Keds' mukbang special.
What is a mukbang?
Exactly.
Well, it started in Japan or India somewhere where people called it that. It's just people just eat shit and people just pay to watch them eat.
Exactly. What is it? We don't know.
All right.
Is it, but there's the one that is it the mukbang where it's the audio sensation that you listen to people smack and suck on like the shrimp and
that's where the mukbang stuff came from.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not into all that. I
Hey
just
man,
want, like, if it
you'd
look
be
good, I'll go buy it
surprised.
and eat it. I just, you know what I mean? Like I'm with it. I don't mind seeing people eat. I don't need to hear people eat. You know
Well,
what I'm
it's here's the thing, man. It's like when you know how you enjoy your food. Like I know some very. I'll tell you this. I'm gonna see if it makes sense to you all. Somebody told me a long time ago that when you smack, you really can taste the flavor of your food, like 110%. Like if you like something about the taste hits the roof of your mouth and the back of your tongue together at the same time, and it just heightens whatever it tastes like. So when you hear people smacking, I can't stand that shit, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. I can't stand people smacking around me. It's just annoying. But I tried it a few times just to see. I'm like, you know what? I can taste it more. That's so. But then people do this stuff for not only theatrics, but just attracts more people to you. People want to see that kind of stuff. I don't understand like people want to see that, and Trip likes to look at feet and shit, but that's not for everybody.
Well
You know,
said.
but it's for them people.
Because I don't. You just, like I said last week or last show, you just can't please them all, man. Because there's folks out there like Jay Grizz is saying, he hates hearing people smacking their
Oh,
jibs,
man.
and I can't argue with that. I can't argue. I'll never forget my father-in-law telling one of his kids, we're all at the dinner table eating, and he just looked at his son. He was like, "What the hell's with all the smacking? Can you shut the up?" You know what I mean? And just just cussed him down. And I was like, "Yo, hope I ain't over here smacking and shit." So something I'm somewhat cognizant about when I'm out there eating. You know what I mean? Try to keep my enjoy your food, but try to be a civilized human being. Try not to be a savage. But I also agree with sometimes, man, food's so good that you're just going ham on whatever it is you're eating. So
I give you a guilty
can't please them
confession.
all.
I give you a guilty confession. When I do watch them, and my algorithm obviously will prove to me that I'm right because every time I get ready to go watch something food related, it's always probably one and two. It's always Popeye's chicken. And I know this is such a stereotype. Black people like fried chicken. I
No,
But I know white people in
Let's
Atlanta,
settle
I mean
down.
in Georgia that like fried chicken bet more than any fucking body. But
you want to know
found
who
that out.
really like fried chicken? No,
Who?
Asian folks.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Keep your eyes peeled next time you're in the Popeye's chicken. Do one of these. You know what I mean, just look over your shoulder. I guarantee you there will be a couple Asian folks up in there right behind you, ready to get their chicken.
Mr. and Mrs. Fong.
You damn
hey,
straight, man.
hey, dude, I got down to Georgia, and I ain't never seen that many white people eating fried chicken in my life.
Oh well, you're in the South, man. That's the home of fried chicken in its own right. They love that.
I mean, they love that shit like by the pound.
Yeah.
I mean, by the pound. I mean, like
Ooh.
they up in there. I was
Y'all
just
ever so
Outside.
Jay Grizz lit it up. Y'all ever have Korean fried chicken?
Oh yeah. Oh, like what is it? Jollibee? That's the chain place where it's like Korean fried chicken and like I think they got like sides of spaghetti and like just weird, stuff, but the chicken is like it's crispy and crunchy and flavorful. It's like who cooked this? This what is that? South Korean or something like that? The Jollibees?
So
That's
I don't know
good.
about no Jollibee, but it's just a little bit different than what you would expect, but it's so good, man. It's good. It's good chicken.
It's the crispiest because they double fry it and double batter it some kind of way. Is
yeah.
awesome.
It's good.
Because I've also been turned off by not only Popeyes but KFC because
Mhm.
now I know that as a child, all of the fast food restaurants, the portions were bigger. I understand that as a child, my hands were smaller, so the Big Mac and the pieces of chicken seemed a lot bigger. But nowadays, the actual pieces of chicken are like, what is these little baby chicks? Doing this. This is a drumstick. Let the chicken grow up before we cook it. And it's the same at all of the restaurants, that the pieces have gotten so miniature in size that it's just not the same going to Popeyes anymore, KFC, or any of these places.
Hey, Ron, don't say colored people, man. That's don't say that. And just for the record, I don't want you to get punched in the mouth nowhere.
Oh,
but
yeah, this ain't the 50s.
Don't say that. Don't ever say that. But anyway, man, you know what? Back to this sandwich, this Philly cheesesteak. Dog, I enjoy it so much, but since I stopped really eating bread, it's like I found a Aunt Millie's no carb roll, and we got them like once or twice, at a certain restaurant. But more and more, they're starting to come out with more no carb rolls. And when you get one like this, man, then you have to go ahead and freak this shit out, man, because it's hard to find the chopped sirloin steak or the chopped ribeye. If you don't have a meat slicer, it's hard for you to make one of these at home.
Or here's a tip, Nomad. If you get sirloin or ribeye or whatever kind of beef you use, don't deep freeze it, but freeze it solid enough that you can slice it easier. And you could slice it very, very thin and then cook it.
Yeah, I happen to have a couple of slicers. One of them is big and industrial that I bought off a guy that was closing up his deli shop. When I first moved back here, I seen it. I had to jump on it. It's a big slicer. It turns on and you hear it. It'll slice up anything.
Like
and
the
so I got yeah, exactly that. And so you can hem down anything, man. And so I can take, let's just say a frozen or not even frozen. I could take a real piece of meat and chop it into that kind of meat and make a loaf out of it and freeze it. It's what it is when you get it in a restaurant. They taking a little loaf of chopped up sirloin, chopped up ribeye, and unthawing it right there on the grill. They drop it right there on the grill, frozen. And as it unthaws, they start hacking it up with, a spatula or whatever they got, and they start seasoning it. That's all it is to it.
But the trick is you want it as paper thin as possible.
Yeah. And so you can adjust on any good meat slicer, you can adjust how thin you want it, how thick you want it. And so whenever I did something like this, like we do our like we'll get a Dietz and Watson Black Forest ham or something like that, or smoked turkey or something like that. And we'll make chipped ham or chipped, turkey, whatever it is that we want, and it comes out so good. You would walk up to my house and buy it from me. All I have to do is put it in butcher paper or something like that, and it's gone. So a deli slicer, I'm telling you, is a very, very underrated investment. Very underrated. Just putting it out. I got a couple of them.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you can, come up on some industrial type equipment like that for the low, you got to.
Relentless Mikey knows that Black Forest ham is another level, bro.
I like the honey maple ham.
That's good too, but that Black Forest is gonna change your damn life.
I mentioned earlier, kids, that for the human side, having some family over for Easter dinner, gonna make some mac and cheese, some potato salad, but a nice spiral honey baked ham.
There you go.
Hey,
some asparagus, dinner rolls, and a peach cobbler.
Patrick is not wrong. I found a hack. I found a hack on YouTube.
Well, what's the hack?
To clean the slicer?
Yeah.
Basically is an air you know, like those little things you use to clean your computer. Those little air hose
Oh,
things.
that's air canisters.
Yeah, air canister. And you just spray, you know, whatever is up high down low. So you basically shooting it down low, putting it to where you can gather it and get it out of the way, and then all the rest of it is just wiping. And then after that, what you want to do is buy yourself a bag. Get it in, you know, get it in a bag. You lift it up, sit it on top of the bag, and then you just zip the bag around it. It's that simple. Same thing could be said for my rotisserie. You know, people say that's hell to clean. Just got to find a hack.
So I'll see your air compressor and raise you steam. A little steam gun would also do the trick, and you know what I mean? And that'll also sterilize it. So there's another idea. And Ron, it's all good, Ron. We don't hate you.
Who hates you?
We love you. Bro.
Why would I hate you?
Mad love for you, Ron, for sure, man. Ron's here every day.
I don't know if I've ever hated anybody in my life. I definitely don't hate you, Ron.
There you go. All right. Do me a favor. Let's get the hell out of this food, because the more I stare at this Philly cheesesteak, dog, starving right now.
Mushrooms.
Y'all want to have a little fun?
Oh.
Y'all want to have a little fun? Tell me in the chat. I'm getting y'all ready. Tell me, and I'm talking to these two dudes here too. Y'all done had at least one of these drinks in a very, very bad fucking day.
Oh, come on.
Oh no.
Looking. I'm not familiar with Country Club, and King Cobra is just horrible, as is Hurricane and Steel Reserve. The rest I'll kind of fuck with.
Okay. No, it's the Country Club and that one over there in the deep left, bottom left.
Oh, Carta Blanca?
Never heard of it.
Oh, that's because you got to go to the supermercados for those. You know, they're right next to the Modelos. And so
never had a Hurricane either, but I've had the Coke, definitely the OE.
Check.
That's Steel Reserve. They are not sell that to people. They should get fucking arrested for selling that shit.
That shit's horrible.
St. Ives definitely had, and the King Cobra.
Crooked Eye.
I'd say the mildest of one of these things that I know of is the Coke 45.
Billy D. Williams, baby.
Bro, like, I'm so glad that at some point in life I graduated from ever having to drink this shit again. I don't know what else to tell you, ever. So, man, I used to crush that Colt when it came here. I just Billy D. Williams quotes all day long. You're just drinking that thing, and next thing you know, it's all warm on the bottom. The bottom half is warm, and like you make that educated decision as to whether you're gonna drink the rest of that or you're just gonna crack another one. Forget about what's at the bottom of that.
Turn it up, take it to the head.
Oh man, I'm sorry, bro. These were rough days, man. This was, you know what I mean? This was like
each one of those bottles costs about $1.20.
Ooh, y'all getting it so cheap out there? That's crazy.
Hey, you always hear me say there's a less refined Nomad somewhere out there in some parallel universe. A way less refined Nomad that didn't know what malt liquor was, and it's cheap, and it hits you soon as you start taking a couple chugs off of that thing, and you start feeling it. You don't know what it is, but you're feeling it. And I had to have it. You know, it wasn't like no regular schmegular, okay, I got to go get me a 40 ounce of this or that. It's just how quick it impacted you. But man, the next day, bruh.
Because you know you didn't hydrate.
Oh my God.
Let me tell you, man, this stuff here has kind of pushed me off of beer in general. And I'll be so real about this, man. It wasn't the Heineken. I used to drink a lot of Heineken. I used to drink Guinness Stout as well as just regular Canadian beer you'll find here and sometimes over there. But once this stuff came into play, that OE, the Colt, and the St. Ives, man, I used to crush all three of these, and just bad bad times, man. That's all I can tell you. Bad times. The next day was always just a nightmare second day.
So stormy day after was the right idea, wasn't it?
All right.
Oh,
Well,
man.
you want to share some war stories, so to speak?
Go ahead.
They used to have Old E not only in 40 ounces, but in 64 ounces.
Oh, even bigger than that?
Yeah.
I've
So
seen those, man.
I would every Friday was just my routine. I get a triple cheeseburger with add gyro meat, fries fried hard, barbecue sauce.
I love
And
this already.
64
Keep going.
OD, and maybe a pizza puff on the side. So that was just what that was my meal and beverage, and wash it down with either 40 or 240s or a 64 of Old E.
Woo.
And never again.
I never was able to drink a 64. I never was able to drink it.
Man,
I'm telling you, I would get to that part where the beer is all warm.
a power through.
I was barely able to drink a 40.
Well, here's how you alleviate that issue. Now, if you're at home, it's different, but if you're out in the street, it's different as well.
Yeah,
instead of getting 40 ounce, you get 2 deuces.
Okay.
Them deuces used to hit now.
You know what I mean? You drink one deuce at a time. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so you end up with 4 more ounces, then the other one stays cold while you're drinking that one, and then you turn up the second and it's still cold.
See, that's why I prefer just a regular ass beer, because like I'll pound that down and it'll only be like this much at the bottom before it gets all warm and gross. Like it, speaking of warm and gross, like my father-in-law purposefully leaves his beer out warm so nobody else will drink it.
Yeah.
He's
like it warm.
That's fucking diabolical.
It's diabolical, dog. He's trained his palate to love beer warm, and he'll every time I come over, he'll be like, "Oh, hey, man, you want a brew? Damn, you know what I mean?
You ain't got no ice.
Your beer sitting out there out here in the hot summer sun.
That man was evil, man.
He's an evil SOB.
But they say you drink warm beer, you get intoxicated a little bit quicker.
Oh, I bet you he loves that part because he's wasted 90% of the time. Just to put it out there. But yeah, man,
there are people in the world that's getting a little older that will drink their beer at room temperature because it's a little less sensitive to their teeth.
Yeah, the gums and shit.
Oh, maybe
the teeth are starting to get a little more sensitive.
It's none of those things. It's all of what you said initially, straight up diabolical. and I just wanted to put it out there. He's figured a cheat code for the entire world, so he can drink all his beer and never have to share it.
Hey, who was it? Relentless Mikey saying that you forgot one, Mickey's.
Yeah. Oh.
But now the best Mickey's are the what is it, 16, 12 ounce wide mouth bottles, because you can get those ice cold, baby, and you can turn up and you can pound them, and then you can reach in and get another one cold because they're only 16 ounces.
Hey, for a long time, my young dumb ass thought Mickey's beer was green.
Because the bottle's green? The bottle's tinted?
My young dumb ass thought Mickey's was green beer. I was literally out telling my homeboy, I'm finna go get us some green beer, motherfucker. I'm finna go get us some green beer. It was like, man, what the fuck? Nobody got no green beer. I was like, man, I'm telling you, they got St. Patrick's beer. And I went and got the shit, and everybody just buying the shit. Everybody was like, man, this thing got green beer. And after a while, people start turning them up. And motherfucker was like, hey, bro, this ain't green, man. This ain't green, man. It just got a green bottle. But that's just the stage I was in as a young man. Just like I was having such a good time. And to be honest with you, most of this shit I had a good time with until the next day. All of it I had a good time with until the next day. But I'm telling you, the most diabolical drink in there is in the dead smack middle of there. That's still reserved. They ought not be selling that shit to people. I had such a horrible experience with that. Somebody at my job I ain't drinking no 40s at this point in my life. This thing happened probably 15 years ago. He was just like, bro, you tried them Steel Reserve, man. You ain't tried them Steel Reserve. Man, he get you a 40 of that. Man, I'm telling you, right. Man, he just kept every day coming to work. I'm just like, dog, I'm gonna get one. Man, it was like our last day of work for that week, and we was off for the weekend or whatever. I was like, I'm gonna go and get one, man, so you can shut the fuck up talking to me, man. And I literally go get one. And you know what else I did? I went and got White Castle.
I'll come to White Castle,
bro. Bro, look, I literally had to take 2 days off of work.
I bet you did,
because I know your boo boo was all torn up.
Oh my God, that's good. Oh my God! Not only is that shit disgusting tasting, and I don't like to taste no beer, but you know you're gonna get the flavor of the beer, you know, whether you want to or not. But this, I don't even let it touch the tip of my tongue. It hits the back of my mouth and down my gullet. But that shit right there is absolutely diabolical. That Steel Reserve is not for humans.
Yeah, it's yeah. Out of all those, I would, if I wanted a beer and Steel Reserve was it, I would not be drinking beer.
No, dog, you don't. Yeah, that's for crackheads or something.
Yeah, you know, but that Carta Blanca is pretty smooth. I gotta give it that. You know, it's not as like the Steel Reserve is just straight up donkey piss. You know, the St. Ives got a little bite to it, you know, but you can deal with it. You know, the oldies is oldie, you know what I'm saying? A classic. You know, Court 45 is smooth, but the Carta Blanca is like you could actually chill with that. You know, maybe squeeze a little lime in it and shit.
Okay.
I mean?
Hey, Cloud Chasers Radio is right on point.
That's
that
it.
shit that you when you was a poor kid in college.
Yeah.
This is what you do. You get whatever you can get your damn hands on. And the next thing we're gonna talk about, but this is any more horror stories about beer.
Oh,
man.
I have about 8 billion of with these. I feel free to skip all 8 billion because I learned my lesson. Thank you. I mean, thank you, Colt, St. Ides, OE. Thank you for teaching me my lesson. I do not have to fuck with y'all.
But that St. Ides wasn't even on the market. I fucked around. By the time I got to it, I fucked around and got into Starksville, Mississippi, and they had that shit in the liquor store. And
wait a second, y'all got Schlitz out there?
Malt liquor bull?
Schlitz malt liquor.
Yeah, Schlitz malt liquor bull, fool. Better recognize.
All right, I'm just checking. Okay,
the blue one and the red one.
Yeah, so like back in the days in Canada, we didn't have any of this. All we had was Schlitz and these other two from Quebec. And the two in Quebec are the two in Quebec are, I believe, both 10 to 14% alcohol.
That's the blacks, Le Blacks, right?
No. So it's actually called, the one that I can remember off the top of my head is, I can remember them both. So it's one's called Modiette, which means like the devil. I'm not even playing. And there's like a picture of the devil on the bottle. The other one is called Fin du Monde. Y'all know what Fin du Monde means?
Fin du, it's like the end of something.
End of the world.
There you go.
Oh, damn.
So these are the two in Quebec that are, again, very high potency, and they'll put you down. So those are the three that we used to rock with back in the day until St. Ides, Colt 45, and OE came to Canada. We don't have the other ones here in this list. But
did you have the hand grenades as they were called, Relentless Mikey, the Mickeys, the green bottles?
No.
Because the bottles were very unique. Now, Nomad mentioned he thought the beer was green because
sort of
the
like
glass
a red
was
stripe?
green. Huh?
Sort of like a red stripe bottle?
Well, no, red stripe is that little jug kind of shape.
Yeah.
You know, but Mickey's the handheld bottles had like panes in them. It's like window panes. And so you could grip it, and it was just a very uniquely designed bottle.
It was shaped. I don't know my.
Yeah, Google it. You got to Google Mickey's.
It's almost like a barrel or something. It's like a shape like a barrel. I don't know what to call it, but it was differently shaped, man. And that's one of the reasons why I was kind of attracted to it, man. But hey, Cloud Chasers Radio is right. I'm down there in Mississippi State,
I can't see that.
and we having a ball down that motherfucking man, and we on whatever.
So you can't see that?
Let me hold on. Let me pull you up.
Okay. All right. That's cool.
Yeah. That's Mickey's. That's Mickey's.
Okay.
That's the only one of these beers that I will actually entertain the idea of grabbing and saying, you know what, let's have a good time. Everything else, maybe a Coke 45, maybe. I mean, I'm gonna hydrate and I'm preparing myself for disaster the next day, but I'll drink one of them too. But all the rest of this shit is diabolical, man.
Yeah. We done aged out of that. You
Those-
know, the kidneys, the liver, the stomach, the intestines, the taste buds, the maturity level. Yeah, we beyond this, except for maybe Coke 45 and Casablanca.
Oh nah, man.
Casablanca.
Hey, one time I'm one of my homeboys, I was coming to his crib
With some olives.
and this is probably 6 to 7 years post college. He was just like, man, he called me. He was just like, man, this shit is bullshit, man. I hate living this regular life, man. You know, he was one of them people that should have played in the NFL too. And he's trying to get adjusted to regular life like me. And I'm just like, in my soul, I'm feeling him. Because I'm feeling the same way, kind of. But trying to, you know, I'm adjusting a little bit better than he is a little bit. And I'm just like, what can I do to make him feel like, you know, normal, like we always were? He's just adjusting to living a regular 9 to 5 job, having a girl, a kid, and all this kind of stuff. I ain't had no kids. I'm just, you know, helping him trying to get through the shit. I was like, dog, I'm finna come over there. I'm finna get some 40s and some skins. He was just like, what? I was like, I'm finna get some 40s and some skins. He's like, some skins? He said, I'm finna go get some pork skins, man. We finna kick it. We finna turn the game on. We finna have a good ass time. He can't leave the house because he got a toddler running around. So I went to him instead of going out. You know what I mean? So he just respected. To this day, I hear about that. To this day, I hear about that. He's just like, man, when you came over to the crib with them 40s, and it was Billy D's.
Coke 45.
With some Billy D's and some skins, man. I had some skins, I had some cracklings. And
so you brought the ghetto to him.
Yeah. You won't even know. Everybody that's listening to my voice, you don't even know what that combination go like. I'm talking about they had hot sauce in the bag.
Oh, you gotta have hot sauce on the skins.
No, they had hot
like
sauce in the
rule.
bag. Them was J's. They had hot sauce in the bag.
And so you know the only time I can eat pork rinds or skins is when I'm drinking 40s. Other than that, I cannot stand those things.
Man, that right there. Next time you get together with your homies, and you got a homie from the hood or whatever, if he know what it is, then he gonna be like, oh yeah, get you some 40s, get you some skins that got the hot sauce bag in the skins.
Yeah.
That take you back, man. That's gonna rejuvenate you, man. It takes you back to another place. Kids, I know y'all ain't got that in Canada, man. That's just some real.
We don't have skins. We got pork rinds for sure. I'm not a big fan.
It's when you drinking beer, man, that salt is exactly what you need.
So I'd like to make a distinction.
Yeah.
This is malt liquor. This shit is not beer.
It's terrible.
This is
malt liquor.
This is very specifically, this is malt liquor. And for the longest time, I thought that it was beer. For the longest time. Until somebody clued me. I wish I could tell you. I think it was my father. Somebody clued me in. I was like, why are you drinking that swill? Like, what are you doing? I was like, what do you mean? It's a big ass beer. I drink my big ass beer and not have to go and grab 2 or 3 beers. And he's like, why would you want to do that? Get yourself 3 beers. And you're like, if that's what you're trying to do it the right way. You're gonna be earling all day tomorrow.
Well, and let me give you a tip, kids. Let me tell you what beer really, really does. Any alcohol, what it does is it absorbs the salt out of you. That's what it's doing. It's pulling all the salt that you need to function regularly. And as that's happening, as you're drinking, if you don't at least put some salt in you beforehand, so that that liquor has some extra salt to pull out of you, you're going to be dehydrated the next day and feeling like dog shit on a stick. And so my suggestion to you all is, if you don't like skins or you don't like cracklings or things like salty stuff like that while you're drinking, is go and eat yourself a dill pickle. Go to the store, get your dill pickle. You can, in the hood around here, you can get a little bag with one dill pickle with all the juice in it.
Mm-hmm.
You eat that and drink all the juice, and you should be good to go for the night. There's plenty of salt for that liquor to absorb. But if you don't got none of that in you and you drink this cheap ass beer, you better make sure you got some skin, something salty as shit while you drinking that beer, or you're gonna have a bad next day.
Well, something that Nomad just brought up with the pickle juice. Now, while it may be a ghetto thing, it's also scientific, because you drink actual, open up a jar of pickles from the fridge and you take a couple shots of that juice, it counteracts the alcohol because of science and such.
Science.
But she blinded me with. And like Red Baron here, he says, Nomad, what you call beer and pork rinds, the Mexicanos call it chicharrones and cerveza.
Yep. I know what that is. I got some Latinos that love me. Just saying. Yeah, but they know. They know, man. You gotta liquor really absorbs salt out of your body. You need a certain amount of percentage of salt in your body to not dehydrate. And that's what the liquor does. It's just like a syringe.
This girl's clearly.
God damn it, Red Baron.
Bro,
he said a grown man should not be eating
do that in the
pickles
privacy.
on the streets.
Man, hey Scrolls, I ain't gonna be walking around eating a hot dog and having motherfuckers like you talking shit to me.
And do that.
I'm gonna eat my hot dog and pee, man. Fuck you.
Do that in the privacy of your own home. Pickles. No glizzies, no pickles.
Can't even enjoy a goddamn ice cream cone with these people.
Honestly, just that word glizzy makes me think twice about it.
Man can't even eat a hot dog no more. Man.
Yeah, I refuse to use the word glizzy. It's a hot dog, damn it. Because glizzy sounds kind of like you're putting what do you call that sparkly stuff?
Damn.
Glitter?
Yeah.
Glitter on a piece of beef or something, and that
no
ain't
hot
right.
dogs, no Polish. You can't eat no corn dogs. You can't eat nothing round and long. Nothing. Can't put it up to your face. Somebody gonna be like, pause. Somebody like Scrolls.
You at the mall try to eat a corn dog and just a random human being come up to you. It's a pause.
I'm gonna roll his ass up. I'm rolling him up. Man, you gotta All right,
man. Yeah. Let's
last one.
What we got?
Hey, you got to pick one, and I know what y'all gonna pick, but I'm gonna put it on pause while y'all fight it out. But chat, I need y'all's assistance here too. Gotta pick one.
Gotta drink one. E&J Brandy, the Irken Jerk, Mad Dog 2020, and the Bumpy Face Seagram's Dry Gin.
Damn, and you think you know what we're gonna pick here?
Oh, I'm telling you, I'm picking the Irken Jerk.
Oh, you going with the E&J? I'm not a brandy guy. I am also not a Mad Dog guy either, and I can't stand gin. Strangely, in this situation, I'm gonna lean towards the Seagrams because they're Canadian.
Well, other than my body not being able to process that clear and liquor no more, I can't mess with the gin and the Mad Dog. Too many high school flashbacks, going to the parties on the weekend nights and such, go by the liquor store in the hood where they didn't give a fuck how old you were, didn't ask for ID or nothing. And so you get the brown paper bag with the little, half pint or pint of Mad Dog, in the pocket, a Night Train, a Wild Irish Rose. Yeah, I can't go back. I cannot go back. Whereas brandy, you can sip on, you can have a little eggnog, you can have in coffee. You can have an ice cream or make a little milkshake or something. Brandy is versatile.
Man, the scroll say you going to jail regardless with these three.
I heard that.
Oh man, I wish I could argue with the comment too. I can't argue at all.
You gotta pick one. Okay, so what did you get, Trip?
I got the E and J.
You said E and J. And I'm
E
saying
and J. Oh God, that's the last one.
I'm saying Seagrams, man.
No, that's second to last. Oh. You saying Seagrams?
Yeah, man.
That would be my choice, man. If I gotta drink one of these motherfuckers, it's gonna be a Seagrams. Because them other two, oh no. You know what? Because Mad Dog 2020 is I guess advertises wine. I don't consider it wine.
No, that's not wine.
That's something that'll burn your insides out.
I mean, Mad Dog is equivalent to wine the same way malt liquor is equivalent to beer.
Oh.
Do you know what the proof is on this? What's the percentage of alcohol in Mad Dog 2020?
I don't know, but I know it's bad.
Like too much.
It's so bad. You know, you hear all them conspiracy theories about people putting certain products in neighborhoods trying to hurt and injure people of color. This right here, I can give you proof, man. They is trying to hurt us with this. They trying to hurt us.
Yeah, alcohol percentage of Mad Dog 2020 typically ranges between 13 and 18%.
Just what I looked up to, and I will corroborate that.
It's something to that shit, man. Taste some of this.
It's the same thing. It went from, Night Train, Wild Irish Rose, Mad Dog 2020, and then Jay Grizz is saying like Alizé and Hypnotique. And remember in there was Cisco. Cisco was straight up liquid crack. But they only sell this stuff in the hood.
Man, dude, I was looking for that name, but I wasn't coming up. But oh God, no, none of this shit's good. Like our world, you can't melt a bottle of E&J on me. I mean, if it was meltable, you could not melt it on me. It would go all the way around me. It would not touch me. I will not touch that shit ever again in my life.
Yeah, like I said, I can't do the brandy, can't do it. So 13 to 18%, I can understand why they're calling it a wine for that, like in that regard. That being the case, that's why I would I don't really drink wine like that. I don't. I get a very strange buzz off of wine, and it's hard to control. And that's kind of what you would get off of Mad Dog. So hence,
well, first of all, this ain't no wine. Second of all, why wine making you feel strange and shit, man? Why you feeling weird because you drink wine?
I don't know. Like it is the percentage of alcohol in this thing is hard for me to gauge. So I wind up torn up, man. I torn up off of wine for some strange reason.
I get the same thing. Like I can't tell you why, but sometimes I drink wine and just get straight headaches. And especially like boxed wines or that cheap shit or anything with a screw top. Yeah, no, that's not wine. But I will mess with Jay Grizz Wild Irish Rose. If it's ice cold,
that's not bad.
If it's ice cold, that's just like strong grape juice.
Yeah, that's not bad actually. Jay Grizz, I have to agree.
Oh, hold on, Patrick. I didn't threaten nobody, man. I was just trying to tell him, man. Like I don't want him to go say that. I know we all cool here, and it's gonna always be that around here. I was just telling him, don't say that out loud, especially around black people. What did I say? People of color. Nah, I was just, man, dude. It was all love, man. Ain't nobody trying to.
No, he didn't say people of color. He said colored. Those are two different things.
Yeah. Don't worry about that, man. It's all good.
Yeah, ain't nobody tripping.
Yeah, but hey, just because Mad Dog 2020 is labeled as a wine, that is not no wine. Well, that's some. I don't know what the fuck that is, but that ain't right.
Like I'm saying, I'm not a fan of gin either because it tastes like pine needles to me, and I'm surrounded by pine, and I've had enough of damn pine. But with a little bit of lemon involved, it works. So I'm starting to get over my, my slight aversion to gin. I'll drink gin.
Yeah, that gin I can do some shit with. I can really, really dilute that.
It'll make you sin.
Oh, it's gonna make me hump too.
That's what you think sinning is.
Yeah, it's gonna make me hump. So whenever I'm
in your back.
any kind of gin or any white,
Be careful, Patty.
Stop, man.
Be careful.
Stop with the names. Hey, man,
I'm teasing.
Whenever you drinking, for me, for people that's chemically made like me, structured like me, you drinking white liquor, make sure you got something to kind of love on a little bit or aggress on a little bit in that way. Pound it out. Because if I'm drinking white liquor, if that element ain't there, somebody gonna get knocked the F out. That's how I'm wired, man. And I like to think I haven't had it in a while. Outside of the only white liquor that doesn't make me feel like that is Patron. It's like marijuana, liquid marijuana to me. That's how it feels to my chemistry. And so what I'm trying to say is understand your body chemistry and what yokes well with you when it comes to these products. Dark liquor, I can pretty much deal with anything but a brandy. And a what's the other one that I can't stand? Aldo had me buy a whole bunch of. It's not whiskey. What's the other one? No, what's the other one besides whiskey?
Rum. You get rum, you get whiskey. Both of those are dark. Brandy's dark.
What's the other one? There's another one.
Scotch, brandy, whiskey, rum.
Come on. Bourbon. It's the bourbon.
Bourbon. Yeah, that's gonna burn you. That's gonna burn you.
Yeah. I can't deal with that shit, man. That shit.
On your ass.
Let's just say I have yet to meet a bourbon that I can tolerate.
I'm with you there. I'm not a fan of bourbon or brandy. I find them similar, and I don't like either one.
See, I consider brandy more sweeter, smoother.
It is sweeter than bourbon.
Whereas bourbon is gonna burn you all the way down. And even the smoothest of the bourbons ain't smooth.
I'm usually able to handle anything that burns. I generally don't mind that. But for some reason, bourbon and me we're not the best of friends, man. We're not tight.
Man. Hey, listen, man. I got so many stories I can tell you about. Like, I only touched Mad Dog and Cisco once a piece. And both of them was absolutely a day I wish I didn't experience, bro. Both of them. But that EMJ, I kept on trying with that because it was a very, very poor times in my life after I got out of college, man, when I was just trying to scrape by. And a lot of dudes I knew were just I'm at the age where I'm just trying to figure out what's next in my life. And while I'm in the midst of what's going to happen next, I'm trying to get through the day. And most people I knew were just like getting fried and drinking a little bit. And that's what I was doing. And this shit was the cheapest thing. And that Seagram's Bumpy Face Gin was the cheapest thing. This Mad Dog shit, I tried that shit when I was in college, man. This is post-college when I'm talking about the E&J and the Seagrams. That E&J is, oh my God. I can't do brandy no more in my life. You have to come with some specialized brandy that tastes like something that don't taste like brandy. But no. E&J will never get another. They can be burning to death. I wouldn't piss on them.
Hey, yeah, that's what it is. But like you're saying, once you know your metabolism, you get a little maturity on you. Red Baron, you say you like red wine now because it's more of a healthy alternative. He can't do spirits anymore. I came front, a nice glass of a Chablis or a nice dark red, not too sweet. A decent bottle of wine, nothing expensive, but nothing cheap, 15, $20. That's kind of cheap to people, but and you can get a nice buzz without being drunk and without having ill effects if you don't overdo it. As long as you chase it with a water and you don't overdo it, you get it. It's like, okay, this is nice. Yeah. Okay, now it's time to go night night. I mean, that's a nice, chill, relaxing kind of beverage. Not overdoing it, but having the maturity to have the refined taste, the palate, to understand your system, to be healthier, to be frugal, and to get your buzz on.
And you know what, Trips? Every night of the week, like every night of the week, my nightcap is either a white wine or a red wine.
See?
Not a one night goes past. I'm getting me some. I already have a hard time sleeping to begin with.
Now, how much do you average pay for your wines per bottle?
Depends.
I mean, you like the $6.99 barefoot kind of guy?
I've had those.
No, I mean, but like taste wise, how they make you feel, as far as buzzworthy, what are your favorite kind of thing, and how much is that price point?
Usually either some kind of crispy white wine, sometimes boxed
Chardonnay.
A lot of times Chardonnay sometimes, but I really like sangria.
Well, that's more red, but okay.
White, when I go red, I'll go sangria most of the time, or maybe a red Zinfandel. Or red Zinfandel is something else I like, but I do that like every night. Every night. There's not one night of the week I refuse to go through what I go through in life and what we go through in life and not enjoy some spirits by the end of it. I've earned that. Just going through my daily life. You too. Everybody that's out here listening to me, get you some goddamn on wine. Have you some before you go to sleep. Use a nightcap. You've earned it. You survived another day of this bullshit that we living through. Come on now.
Because Red Baron, he's having a nice red wine, a nice indica before night, and he has a sweet, me's all night long as he's snuggled up next to his booth hang. Nice. Or he does a Merlot or a blend.
Look at it. He said he used to drink E&J and the chicks in his life was ugly.
He bumped it up to Hennessy and met his wife. He moved up top shelf.
I bet you hoes would. Excuse me.
See, the E&J is like, 2:30 in the club when the lights come on. It's like, you'll do. Hennessy's like, come on, girl, take my arm.
You was busting the wrong bras down, bro. When you was fucking with some E&J, I'm telling you. And I gotta hold to some shit I regret too, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I'm like, hold on, I did that, and they won't
miss right. She's missed right now.
Oh man, dog, bad memories from these things.
What else things in the morning? It's like, oh shit, what have I done?
Oh man,
how do I escape plan?
You ever see that video of somebody looking through a drinking glass and it looked like Halle Berry on the other side, and then they raise up and it's like reality, like, oh shit.
Look like Shanae.
Whoo. I woke up to a couple of them.
Yeah, beer goggles or alcohol goggles.
That's what they call it.
Not that bad, but golly, it was just like, dog, you way. You know what? I was such a selfish person back then, man. They were just like, all right. And then I see a few of them here and there, and they're just like, you remember me? I'm like, yeah, I do, but I don't want
to. I would have just said nope.
I don't remember you, Booger Bear.
Who was you? You don't be disrespectful, man. You just be like, hey,
oh,
we had a moment.
Oh man, sometimes you do like it's.
Sometimes
like, you do be disrespectful. especially if your wife's with you.
Not Luol Deng with
My brother, there's certain things you do not necessarily want to own up to at the grocery store. You know what I'm saying? Oh, no, I've never seen you before in my life.
But see,
He said he woke up
to,
next to Luol Deng with some micro.
he said he took Naomi Campbell home, woke up to Luol Deng.
Wow.
Oh man. Oh God.
Hey, but the ugly Luols need love too.
Hey, bro. Don't get me started, man. All respect to all women. All respect to all men who have, you know,
Because every man ain't no prize. You know, us excluded, of course.
Let's just say we all are primal humans, and you know sometimes these chemicals just make you want to get on something, and you get on something, and that something ain't really for you, but you have a hard time explaining yourself the next day. Let's just say that.
So you can't even look yourself in the mirror to brush your teeth.
Luol Deng with some micro braids. God damn, that's bad. That's real bad. I don't think I left. Man, it was better than that, man. And the worst was better than that. Luol Deng with micro braids?
But I mean, it could be Luol Deng with micro braids that weigh about 450.
Ooh, Luol Deng. Damn, bro, that's tough. All right, what you're about to see scrolling on the bottom of the screen is the latest Bears news pre-show. I don't know what's going on now, but I'm pretty much sure that everything is that. Oh my God, man.
What's the matter, you?
I am so loving what the Bears are doing, emphasizing putting speed and quickness and emphasizing that, which we've been talking about for weeks, kids and trips, for weeks. And they keep signing people that will help them do just that. Let me pull this to the side for a second. Pull us to the side for a second. We just made a signing that I really, really like. A couple of them. But this is James Lynch. I'm going to take the ticker down for a second, y'all. I'll put it back up in a minute while I get done talking about this. But, man, have you guys checked this cat out?
Yeah. Check that we signed from Tennessee.
Yeah. What do you like about him, Trip?
He's a run stuffer, but he also is quick off the ball, and he's pretty relentless. From what I could tell, he was underperforming from his projections when he came out, but then there have been some coaching changes in going on there, so his utilization has been different. But I've also seen that he had time under Dennis Allen, right?
Oh no,
he had time. He had a connection to somebody. Something happened, but I liked his get off, his speed. He's aggressive. He fits what they're doing. If we look at the type of players that they're signing and his versatility as well.
This guy, kids is probably looking at it now, but this guy right here is exactly what I've been talking about. If you're gonna, we had some of the bigger, beefier, slower, less than urgent off the ball defensive linemen in the league, and I'm talking about mainly the defensive tackles, the speed off the ball. Something we've been talking about for a long time. I used to watch the games, and thank God for Trips right now, because Trips enjoys doing the play-by-play. That gives me a chance to really look at more and more of how the game is playing out, play in and play out. And I get tunnel vision sometimes, because lately, probably the last 3-4 years, I've been really enjoying the D-line play more than I ever did when I was playing the game. I just enjoy watching these dudes battle up front. And so I am totally drawn to the big fellas and the battle that happens in the trenches and how the game plays out off of that. It's really, really I can just watch defensive tackle play, edge play all day, all night. I can't get enough of watching those big dudes get down, because I know that's how the game is won. So what I have to say about James Lynch is what Tripp said. One of the first things he said is he's relentless. He plays like an angry redhead. You know why? Because he's an angry redhead.
Yeah, those gingers, volatile.
Man, this guy, he's about. Let me make sure I got it right. I think he's about 6'4", like 298, maybe 300 pounds on paper, but he is as stout as they come. He is pretty much nothing when it comes to a pass rusher from the inside, but he can get upfield. He can get upfield, but where he's going to really, really help you is where our sore spot was all season long. Clamming up the run game.
Mm-hmm.
We just keep getting better with every signing, every single signing. And I'm not trying to take nothing from James Lynch. I think he's a extremely high depth piece for a guy that's going to probably come off the bench. This is going to be a nice piece in the rotation.
Yeah, I mean it's you look at the signings of Gallimore, Street, and now Lynch. While they may not all be top line starters are gonna make the difference, they are an upgrade in my opinion over Chris Williams, Andrew Billings, and Dominique Robinson. So the talent level, the floor has raised, a few more levels. So the Dennis Allen defense is coming more into focus, and he's getting the players that can execute the plays that he wants to call. So as long as we're moving in that direction, they are contract friendly, short-term signings, so we're not locked into anything long-term. It doesn't prohibit you from drafting in the same position and letting them battle it out. So yes, we are going in a good way as far as the free agent signings, especially Mr. Lynch here, as far as I'm concerned.
Hey, Trips, one of the other things is when you watch Dennis Allen coach the Saints and you watch that defensive front, put that to the side for a second. Let me ask you a question about the Bears the last couple of years or so, last 3 or 4 years, since we've all known each other. Can you tell the difference between the defensive linemen on the line of scrimmage? You can tell who's a nose tackle. You can tell who's a 3-tech. You can tell who's an edge, can't you?
Well, previously, yeah.
By their body types, right?
Yeah, the big boys in the middle, the taller, faster guys on the edge.
Okay. One of the things that kept sticking out to me, I'm talking about, I've been watching Dennis Allen shit for 2 years. Before we even got him, I'm looking at Dennis Allen stuff for different reasons, whether it was a player on that team. I knew Dennis Allen was going to get fired and there's going to be a defensive coordinator out there in the wind. And I like Dennis Allen's style of defense. For all those reasons, I'm watching Dennis Allen stuff and the players in his defense. One of the things that comes off really clear to me is you can't really tell in his fronts when he's got all the pieces that he needs. You can't tell who's a nose tackle. You can't tell who's a 3-tech. You damn near barely can tell who's an edge rusher. Some of the guys are a little bit more slim than the next guy. Some of them. But then some of them, like Cam Jordan, looks like a D tackle, right? The way he's built. And so that was a through line in some of his defenses, man. And so what I noticed is that the speed off the ball and the intensity off the ball was very, very, it really poked out in any Dennis Allen tape that I watched. And so far, these defensive tackles that he's bringing onto this team, these 3 that he's brought in so far, including this guy, James Lynch, are extremely explosive off the ball, strong at the point of an attack, won't have a problem at less than 300 pounds to line up at nose tackle because he's strong enough to hold up to a double team. One thing I can tell you about James Lynch in the tape that I've watched so far, when you go look at it, pay close attention to when he's double teamed. When he's double teamed, pay close attention to how many times he gives ground, even when being double teamed. small nugget of a note to give you some kind of semblance of what kind of player you're getting.
That's a good note. He stays on the line. He's not giving up any ground in a double team. He may get a little bit of pressure, against an offensive lineman, but really, that pressure that he's getting is generally not. He's usually not getting deep into the backfield. He's usually just getting enough room back there to tackle a running back for loss, and that's generally what winds up happening with this guy. He's got just enough hustle and speed and power to take care of that job all the time. So, like, I do see him sort of as being your new Chris Williams. I think that's probably the best way for me to put this. I think he's your new Chris Williams.
I think he
might be a little bit better than Chris Williams in that respect. I'll be frank there.
I think he's more. This might sound ridiculous, seeing that he's listed less than 300 pounds. How the strength that he plays with.
Yeah.
I think he's more of Andrew Billings, because you think of the sequence of, we lost Andrew Billings maybe 24 hours ago, maybe a little bit longer than that. About 24 hours ago, we lost Big Bill.
Mm-hmm.
So immediately after that, this guy gets signed. And I'm watching him play, and I'm watching him at different techniques that he's being played in. And I'm not seeing him give up anything. Playing nose, playing three technique, playing edge. Doesn't matter what technique they put him in. He's firm and he's quick. Whatever they ask him to do, he can do it, very well. And so this guy is, I'm telling you, man, this is Bill.
Okay.
You don't find fat, big, huge Andrew Billin type guys in Dennis Allen's defense when he's at New Orleans. You find them all looking like him.
That makes sense. Again, great run stuffer, so I could see what you mean by the new Big Bill.
All right, man. Any last thoughts about this guy, Triple R kids? I love this pickup, man. This dude is a straight up. He got drafted by the Vikings in 2020, but he is a Viking. Like, literally, he's a Viking.
You mean Nordic?
You can put one of them horny caps on him. It's just
Nordic. Yeah, yeah, those kind.
He's a
yeah.
He plays like one. He's got engine like an MFer, bro. He just keeps moving and coming, man.
Rock on. Let's go.
Yeah.
All right. We also did another thing.
Jackhammer
is back. I'm gonna let y'all, I'm gonna see what y'all feel like about this, and I'll back clean up.
Go ahead, Cass, kick it.
I don't really have anything to say other than welcome back, Jack, man. Welcome back, Jack. Y'all know who he is. Y'all know what he does on the field. I don't really need to get deep into this. He's a heat-seeking missile when given the opportunity. He's not going to be your middle linebacker. Likely will, maybe sometimes Sam. But he can do what we need to be done in that linebacker room, especially with a little bit of uncertainty, given the injuries to TJ and Noah Sewell. I think he'll pick up right where he left off. And personally, I won't say that I was upset when he left. I do have to say that he really played a lot of cleanup during his time here, and I appreciated every second of his play. So again, welcome back, Jack.
And he's not, in addition to being a good piece to be a depth piece on your linebacker rotation. I've seen things from the range of Sewell, possible injury settlement. He's going into the last year of his contract. Ooh. And towards Achilles late in the year. As kids mentioned, TJ, he broke his ankle or leg late in the year. So those are question marks. And Jack Sanborn is a veteran now. I thought he would go with Flus out to the Chargers or wherever, but Ryan Poles was like, he's my UDFA and we bringing him back. Richard Hightower is going to love him and the rest of the additions that we've had this, free agency. So it's a good signing, good depth piece, good price, and we know his track record, and he's a local kid. Probably happy to come, home.
Yeah.
So hey, let's keep it rolling.
I'm gonna add a little bit more color to this, fellas, and a bit of a different context to it. I'm quite certain that Jack Sanborn was coming out of. He finished out pretty much his rookie contract with us, right? This is homegrown, developed talent, right? And so, as that happens, Flus is fired, and the coach that wanted him here, and the GM that wanted him here as well. The coach is gone, but they know the value of Jack Sanborn because they spent time getting him where he is, coming from a zone concept, where Jack Sanborn is kind of at home, but not at home because he's not a quick and fast guy. And so the zone concept fit him in that regard. But whenever they had to play man to man, he struggled a little bit, having to carry a tight end or running back. He struggled a little bit. And so what I'd say about Jack Sanborn that really probably is the truth about him, when that happened, when Flus got fired, he was coming to the end of his contract here in Chicago. I'm sure they wanted to keep him. But coach's prerogative, the market probably fit Jack Sanborn and his skill set. And he's probably out of the price range of the Chicago Bears. Wouldn't y'all agree? At that point, he's probably a pretty, he's probably pretty valuable to a lot of other teams. And the Bears didn't want to pay him that dollar amount. And so, to your chagrin, you let him go. And he goes for a year to Dallas where Flus is at. Starts 6 games, plays well, and I think he started getting nicked up a little bit. So, put that in contrast to what I think Dennis Allen is going to ask him to do. You know that he can sub to any linebacker role on that defense. But I think what they're primarily wanting Jack Sanborn to play is the Sam or Jack linebacker. That's what we call him. We call him a Jack. People
Jack
call him
Joker.
Yeah, well, not Joker, but he's
Joker.
like basically your run supporter. He's another defensive lineman. When he comes into the game, they want him to play that role, but they know Jack Sanborn has the ability to play. He can recite the calls and get everybody situated. They know he can play Mike. They know you can get some will out of him. That's not where you want him at because he's not the quickest, fastest guy.
Yeah, he's gonna stuff that box though.
But he can get you out of game, Trip. He can get you out of a game if you got to put him in there for, a couple series to make sure you get out this game with this dub. You can put him in there and he'll get the job done. It's not his primary position, but a backup Mike, but more importantly, your backup Jack linebacker or a Sam linebacker. That's where you want him at, where he can get downhill and hit. He's going to be playing a whole lot less zone than he was when he was in Flus's defense. This guy's short area burst is much more better than his long field speed. And so in the box, he can really explode on you. Dennis Allen knows that. Keep him in the box where he can get downfield and strike. One-on-one, just tag people. That's where his value comes. They have really, with these moves that they've made on the defensive front, firmed up the depth of this running game defense. They've made sure. What's funny about it is we assume that DeMarco Jackson is going to be a starting linebacker. So far, from what we see, he is going to be a starting linebacker. But if he's a depth piece again, imagine how good this linebacker core is going to be if somebody beats him out in camp. Imagine how good that's going to look. You got Jack Sanborn, you got DeMarco Jackson as backup linebackers. Imagine how physical that shit's going to be.
Not too bad.
And that does look better, considering that we have been, looking at doing the mocks and the draft coming up, and we've been penciling in linebacker, which is still a probability in the draft, but we don't need one to come in and find it necessary to start. They can compete to start, but because of having Jackson back, having Sanborn, signing Bush, now you can let a rookie linebacker come in and develop at their leisure and contribute where they can, when they can. So it's a depth signing, but it also reduces the quote unquote need to take a linebacker higher than necessary.
These are some really, really good moves. I know they're not splash moves, and I know they're not well-known name moves. I know they're not. But the value they're getting from some of these guys that they're bringing onto this roster, you're going to see the immediate difference come training camp, come preseason, come first game of the season. And they're going to add talent beyond what we see now. They're going to add even more talent to it. But I'm telling you, the outlook is good. Really good.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
But man, I hated the fact that Jack had to go. I didn't like it because I knew he was a strong linchpin to the physicality of that defense. I knew it. You knew it. It hurt to watch him walk away. I knew he wasn't the best linebacker in the world, but for what he could do, his strengths, man, you had to love Jack Sanborn.
Yeah, definitely. He's a football player, a dog.
True that.
I'm just glad he's back. I'm glad Dennis Allen had value on him. I'm glad they let the market come to them. The market was not in their favor when Jack Sanborn came out of contract. Flus was going to make sure he got a little bit more money when he was in Dallas, and he gave it to him for a year. What was it, a year? Been a year, right?
Yeah, 1 year.
And so quickly they got him back in the building.
Well, the Cowboys also didn't pay him very much when he went. Right, it's one of those things where you're looking at a UDFA.
Well, they paid him more than what we was willing to give him.
Well, that might go without saying, but that just means we didn't really want to extend his contract and pay more for his services. They paid him what looks to be close to league minimums, like 1.5 mil. Pretty low wallet share for a linebacker. But I can almost guarantee you we likely paid him a little bit more than that to come back.
Hey, what you see in ticking on the bottom is the latest Bears news that top 30 visits confirmed. And I know you don't see Akeem Mesidor in there because argue with Google AI. This is what's confirmed. And what I saw is Mikael Kamara, edge rusher out of Indiana, guard Kalen Rutledge out of Georgia Tech, center Sam Heck out of Kansas State, center Jaeger Burton out of Kentucky, running back Seth McGowan out of Kentucky as well, and quarterback Ethan Kalamakis out of Rutgers, a local visit, which won't count against our 30 because he's a local kid.
Is there words out there that they met with Akeem Mesidor?
There is people out there reporting that, but I haven't seen that. Google AI says these are the confirmed ones that you see on the screen.
Okay, good. So
you can talk about anybody you want to talk about here.
Oh, we'll talk about the vast majority of them. I will preface it with I will echo the sentiments of our good friend Greg Gabriel, who generally says that if they meet with these guys, they ain't touching with a 10-foot pole, which is kind of crazy for him to say out loud. But
I don't necessarily buy that.
That's okay. I will agree, because these last two drafts, I don't think they drafted much of anybody that they actually met with. I think there might have been one or two exceptions to that as being a rule, but for the most part. They
Wait a
kind
minute.
of
Wait a minute. You're saying that Colston Loveland didn't come here for a visit?
Not a
no, he
top
didn't.
30, I don't think.
He didn't.
Okay, so
Right. Remember going into the draft, they were actually touting the other tight end. I'm blanking out on the name
Warren.
right now. Warren. They were talking. He's like, "Oh, Warren's amazing." And everybody kind of thought they were going to go with Warren, and then yoink, nah, we going with this guy. And everybody was like, "Huh? Really?"
I'm glad y'all mentioned that, because that's something I've always noticed. That it's always a curveball
Out of left field somewhere.
There's a level of subterfuge in all of these things. So again, as much as I think the three of us like Kamara's good. I kind of expect him not to do the Kamara thing now. You know what I mean? Just a little bit.
He's a dog. He's a dog.
Looking at all of these centers, yeah, that's why I'm saying, as much as we like him, he's definitely a dog. He's one of the guys that I'm if we don't get Mesidor, I'm hoping maybe Kamara or Lawrence or Daniels. Like, those are sort of the three edges that I'm looking at for us right now. As well as Zion Young. Like, any of those guys will do.
Since you brought up centers, let me bring up another center that I think people ought to pay attention to, and that is Pat Coogan out of Indiana, same place that Mikael Kamara comes from. He's about 6'5", 6'6", about 6'5", 300, and let me make sure I got it right. Make sure I got his measurements right. About 6'5", 311. And some people might say that, okay, that's a little tall for Caleb Williams. I'd say that because of the kind of offense that we run, that because he's going to always get a certain amount of depth from the offensive line, that's okay. And his drops. You know what I mean? But ideally, you would like a little bit smaller of a guy, a little shorter of a guy that, you can kind of see over a little bit better. And that's just an attribute of Caleb's, his stature. But I don't think 6'5" is too big.
It might be, like just what you're saying. It might be a little bit on the taller side. I don't know.
But let me get to his details, man. One thing I know about college offensive lines that win championships is always a key cog to all of them. Always. Sometimes it's a tackle, sometimes it's a guard, but more times than not, it's a center that's guiding and directing everything. Watching Pat Coogan play in the tightest of games, execute well. Before I get into all that, let me make sure you guys understand. I'm talking about the chat and everybody. They're looking for wide zone, inside zone type of offensive linemen, whether they be center, guard, in particular, those kinds of guys that can really get off the ball and move. Pat Coogan isn't the fastest, quickest guy, but he can move. He can move, but he executes very, very well. He's a transfer from Notre Dame that was supposed to win a national championship. In the transfer portal, Indiana was able to woo him into the system that they had going on, which is very similar to what he was doing at Notre Dame, wide zone, inside zone concepts that we also run here in Chicago. This guy's a fit. He does well what we want to do here in Chicago. He's a good communicator. He identifies concepts well, identifies that mic, identifies what they do in the secondary. If the safety comes a little too close, he knows what to do at the line of scrimmage. And this shit has to happen fast, Trips.
Well, that's the thing that, like Red Baron is saying in the chat. At this point, I'd only look for linemen who can play multiple positions.
Oh, you can definitely.
I disagree. And I'll tell you why. Because I like versatile linemen, guards that can play both sides and or tackle and or center. But for the center, I would prefer a guy who has played center his career. Who's dedicated a center. So when you bring them into the league, they don't have to learn how to play center. They just have to learn the league because they already know how to play center. So in that respect, we're looking at Coogan here, and then we saw the scroll going by there on the screen that center. While they may not see him, we see that they are looking for at centers at least. We got Bradbury on that 1-year deal. He's 30 years old. Is he a bridge guy? You bring in a center and let him learn, and then the center starts in 27. So Coogan, being a national champion, having that experience, top-notch programs, Notre Dame, Irish, rest in peace, Lou Holtz and all that. And then Indiana. So he has the pedigree, let's say. So if he is their choice, he is kind of tall, 6'5". It seems as though, Caleb's going to have to get, 7-8, yard drop minimum just to get over his head. But then we know Caleb ain't always like directly behind the center. But yeah, if he can play and he got that dog in him and he fits what Ben Johnson's want to do, he's more than welcome.
He's a championship caliber center, led this team to a championship. And without that execution of that offensive line, I'm telling you guys right now, the offensive line coach, a couple years ago when the Indiana coach came into the building, the offensive line coach was a remainder. And one of the things he insisted on having was that offensive line coach to remain there. And I'm telling you, repetition will turn let's just say, average offensive lineman into an overperformer because of the amount of repetition. You just give that muscle memory all that work and knowing what to do and knowing how to operate in your system. This is going to be, you get used to the Ben Johnson system and what they do up front and the repetitions of it. You put them in a system, we're going to be like Green Bay is. Now, we're just starting that phase. They operate so very well in that system. It's because it's been there forever. It's been there forever. And they constantly are always right there at the precipice of winning because of what they do on the offensive line. None of that shit happens without the good, well-executed offensive line. You get a champion, excuse me, that's a leader, that knows how to execute, and he executes at a high level. In the wide zone concept in particular, this guy is a piece. Now, I do get it where y'all talking about him being a little tall. But I do think that, in a scheme like we run, you can help facilitate around that. He's a champion. He knows how to execute. He's smart. He's excellent at the line of scrimmage. Pat Coogan, technically, is exactly what you need to have a plug and play ready right now. Challenge your guy you just brought in as a free agent. Or did we get him as a trade? Whatever.
Traded from Buffalo.
Yeah. He can put him on the bench.
For what? So what kind of draft capital are we talking about here? Any idea?
Well, for this guy, Coogan?
Oh, Coogan's talking about Garrett Bradbury.
Oh, well, that was a fifth rounder in 27, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a fifth rounder.
Yeah, in 27.
In 27 specifically?
Yeah, not this year's
draft.
Next year's draft.
Okay.
You're right, Scrolls. He's 6'5". He can play guard.
Well, theoretically, a center should be able to play a guard.
Easily.
But I just want a center to be a center. If they have to play guard, why do they have to play guard? Why don't we have backup guards? You know what I mean? Center, I think, is just that that position, that they have to have that what do you call that unspoken communication with his quarterback, where he can tap him a certain way or look a certain way, where they can communicate. Dedicated centers can do that shit with their quarterback.
Yeah.
Converted guards, can learn it, but it's going to take a learning curve in time. So, Coogan, he's a baller. Nobody would be mad if he's our center, I don't think.
All right. Pat Coogan, I think, is a national champion. And without that offensive line protecting that quarterback and him leading that charge, none of that Indiana stuff would have happened this year. He's more valuable than you think he is. Way more valuable. And they run the same scheme that we want to run here in Chicago. They probably run a little bit more RPO than we do in Chicago, but this guy can get it done. Well, can execute at a high level, can process the game at a high level, communicate the game at a high level, and that's pretty much 95% of what any coach is looking for.
Now, just to granted, ratings are what they are, but his pass blocking is a 92%, according to NFL Draft Buzz, and his run blocking is a 80% and a projected 6th rounder.
I don't believe in none of those numbers, but I appreciate it.
Well, I think those numbers are great. They bode
take it for what they were.
They bode very well for us. Again, centers generally like a premier draft position, so I'm not surprised he's a little bit further back as far as his draft stock is concerned. But it sounds like even though he's further back, this is a pretty talented guy. So let's see what kind of machinations Mr. Pulls and Mr. Johnson can pull off.
When you got when you're bringing in a center and putting him on a young quarterback, one thing you want to make sure of, out of everything else, he's a good pass protector. You can work on the run game functionality. You can do that. You can get better and better and better at that, making sure the guys around you are in tune with what you do and what you like to do and how you do it. And that can improve when you got a high-level pass protector. That's a great starting point. All right.
I agree.
Let's get to another since we're in the trenches, let's get to another one. This is Spencer Fano, who I think, and because I'm really starting to really get through my offensive linemen right now, this is the most athletic of them. Spencer Fano, he's a right tackle out of Utah. Make sure I get his measurements right. Spencer Fano is 6'6", 302. Hold on.
6'6", 311.
Okay, he might be bigger, depending on what part, when somebody measured him. But let's just say he's 6'6", let's say 305, 310. He's perfect size for what the Bears are looking for. And he's athletic as hell. Extremely athletic. I mean, like, freakishly athletic.
CT, are you saying that he plays right tackle and center? What's CT?
I think that's supposed to be RT.
Oh, just typo. My bad. Okay, makes sense.
Spencer Fano, be quite honest with you, he's probably based on what I've seen so far, the best physically gifted package of offensive linemen that I've seen so far in this draft.
Well,
and I like a few of them, but he's got the goods. When you start talking about, I need guys to be able to move and get to a striking point, target point really, really fast and get this running game going, he really excels in the running game. He looks like a lighter, what's his name in Detroit?
Penei Sewell.
Penei Sewell. He's like a lighter Penei Sewell. He can really, really move and get from point A to point B. When I'm talking about combo blocks, when you gotta boom hit the edge and get to the second level and go hit a safety or a linebacker. Pow, he hits him. Boom, he impacts that guy, and before you know it, like lightning fast, he's on to the next level. And pow, he's really, really physical. Really, really physical, but his feet are like a linebacker's. Those are the kind of traits that when coaches, GMs get together and they start deciding how you want to, what kind of traits do you want in a football player, in a player that in the scheme that we're running, what does he look like and what kind of attributes can he bring to the table? A guy that can move is the first thing that's going to come out of Dennis Allen's mouth. Guy that's smart and can move. And this guy is got that. Spencer Fano has that in spades.
Ben Johnson.
Did I say what I said?
Dennis Allen.
My bad. Ben Johnson. Spencer Fano has that in spades. He's one of them dudes that's going to chase you into the locker room physically to execute his block.
So he's projected as a top 25 pick.
And for a reason.
Are you under the impression that the Bears would actually entertain a right tackle or tackle?
Don't look at him as a right tackle.
Fair. That's why I said tackle. Would you think that they would even entertain a tackle this high in the draft?
See, the thing about that is, kids, is we just sit here and project what we think the Bears might do. We never saw them drafting a goddamn tight end in the first round.
Well,
so we don't know. It's a possibility. Because now, just to add a little flavor to what you're saying, kids, his overall rating, generally take it with a grain of salt, 88.6 run pass blocking, 90% percentile, run blocking, 92 percentile. And he, projected, top 10 even some places. Go ahead.
He's a problem. He's a effing problem. And so what I think about what the Bears might do and what I think is worth my time studying when I see people projecting him as a this or that in the draft doesn't matter. I'm not looking at their board and who's the best player available. Where? I'm not looking at it. All I can tell you is what I see on tape. I'm not here to project a goddamn thing.
And as Bears fans, we're like, well, of course, the first 3 picks are going to be on defense. But even Red Baron is saying, Fano and Wright, would be nice bookends, and that he would actually take Fano at 25 if he was there, whereas Bears Capo said, Fano at 25, are you crazy? This is a defense, defensive draft, point blank. So on the fans' perspective, defensive draft. Bears war room, hey, we like that tackle on this running back for our first 2 picks.
I have no idea what they're going to do, but we're just here to bring you the talent and tell you what they're all about. This is a stud. I mean, like stud. You won't find a better moving offensive tackle in this draft. This dude, it's almost like you're looking at a receiver moving, a giant receiver.
I mean, is this the kind of player that Nomad, you would be like, if he's still there at 25, he's like, oh shit. He's one of those you run up to the send the card in.
You got to strongly consider that. That's how good I think he's gonna be.
And how long before you think he would be taking over and starting at that left tackle spot?
I think you plug him, coach him up, and unless he has some serious rookie setback that just if he ran into some kind of, I don't know, something, and I'm knocking on wood so he don't have to run into nothing. But he's a plug and play. This is a reason to move Darnell to the left side. or
Oh, he's
try
a
to
plug
train
and play
him.
on the right side or plug and play on the left side?
He's a plug and play on either side. Either you have the confidence in him playing on the left side, or you move Darnell to the left side and something like that. But this guy is a plug and play. He'll be a 15-year starter somewhere, and probably with a gold jacket. This motherfucker is bad.
Well, the one thing that I will say is with Darnell Wright coming into a contract year, and at right tackle is going to be, he's still going to get 20-25 mil a year.
Oh,
but if
boy.
he's a left tackle, you probably get more than that. So I
You
think
know how that works.
if a rookie's coming in, they're going to plug the rookie in at left and keep Darnell in at right.
I was just thinking about this, and you know they're gonna move him to the left tackle. I'm talking about Darnell Wright after he signs his contract. I can almost guarantee that's what's going to happen. So let me knock on some wood. We'll run this back when it happens. Call it what you will.
This guy is nasty, like Darnell is. Temperament is exactly what you're looking for. Just wants to impose his will on you. I mean, I'm seeing this dude carry like a block for like 15, 20, 25 yards, literally. Watching him carry a dude for that long. I'm talking about he puts it on people. This dude is the kind of physical temperament that you want as a personality on your line. You get a bunch of dudes like this, Darnell Wright. Boy, bro, you got some. Boy, you finna have a juggernaut of an offensive line. And then that's imposing. Spencer Fano is one of those personality types that you put in that offensive line along with the names I just mentioned, Darnell Wright and some of these other guys we got around here, Jonah Jackson. Yo, you got problems. You put that many nasty MFers on the line that can move? Man, you kidding me? Yeah, he's gonna be valuable if he's at 25. Fuck yeah, he is.
You know, so I mean, just theoretically, you take a Fano at 25 and then a Coogan, you know, in a 5th, 6th, 7th round or wherever you get them. And now, you know, you have these younger guys ready to, you know, take over, you know, but can still learn from veterans in front of them and or next to them. And then as those veterans are phasing out, now these young guys have that experience and bring in, you know, rookies to replace those veterans. So, you know, in this cycle of building a team, you know, a player like Fano, if he is, you know, that athletic, you know, that's something that Ben Johnson would definitely want, you know. But the question is like, all right, hey, Coach Dennis Allen, I know I told you like this draft was yours, but I'm making a head coach executive decision, and I promise we got you, but yeah, Fano, we got to take him, you know, kind of thing.
Seriously, I can see a monster offensive line that is kind of frightening to defensive linemen. When you put a guy like him in the mix with these dudes, it's frightening. It's frightening.
But you know, but ask yourself, Nomad, kids, no maniacs, kids of Canuckers, Sports Chicago Stylers, knowing that we need, you know, upgrades and starters at safety or defensive line and edge. If the Fano is the left tackle of the future, is that worth, you know, the 25th pick?
All right. Get that thought in your head, but let's get to the next guy. And that is Max Llewellyn out of Iowa.
Okay.
I'll tell you one thing.
Yeah, he's good too. I liked him.
What you think?
I liked him. He's relentless too. You know, he's got good length. I like the motor. I liked his relentlessness. That's really what jumped out on the tape for me.
I'll tell you another thing about him. Is that guy is I don't know who he's working with. Max Llewellyn, whoever you working with, bro, you need to get that man a shout out. Him, her, whether it's your coach, personal coach, assistant, whoever you working with privately. and really honing your skills with, you need to give that man on social media a shout out because he has honed his skills to where his edge rushing ability as a college player is better than, I'll just say, 30% of the league right now. Just got NFL paying jobs. And so what I think is going on right now is a college player will blend right into the NFL right now in a very easy way because they don't have to rush out of college to make money. And so they're able to stay and really hone their skill sets in a way that wasn't really applicable, especially when I was playing football. You getting up out of there because ain't no effing money in college. And you don't want to tear your body up. And so shout out to Max Llewellyn and whoever is coaching him and teaching him and training him. Because I'll tell you this, he's already born with infinite motor. He's got an infinite motor. He's coming. And he's going to not stop coming. No, it's not always perfect. No, it's not always pretty. And yes, he has flaws. And I'll tell you what his flaws is. He doesn't have a great bend.
Yeah.
But guess what? Max Llewellyn knows it. And so what do I do with my game to help supplement that bend? Counter move. And that dude's inside spin is gangster. You understand me? His inside spin move, Max Llewellyn's inside spin move is gangster. A lot of people try that move. Every edge rusher, I don't care who they are, have attempted to execute that move. And not very many are good at it. His counter move, Trip and kids, is gangster. He'll set you up trying to go wide or set you up trying to look like he's going inside and then feint out wide and then boom, spin right off of you, get that lineman off balance, and boom, there he is at the quarterback. Often. When I say often, I mean often.
Mm-hmm.
And so you rarely, if you have a lineman that has a combination of quick feet and long arms, after that move takes place, he might have a chance to get his arm, that long ass arm in there and kind of push him away from the play, push him away from the quarterback, and that kind of excludes him from the play. But if you don't, it's game over. He kind of reminds me of, be honest with you, Trey Hendrickson. But Trey has a little bit more bend to him.
That's a fair comparison, and you're nailing it with the bend too. Like I said, I really enjoyed watching his tape. Just he doesn't have that bend you would want, and maybe he needs a couple more, to add a couple more tricks into his overall bag. But he's a little raw, but the relentlessness is there. So that's stuff that he can learn as he goes forward. So it'd be an interesting selection. I really like Max Llewellyn.
Yeah, what do we got? 6'6", 258,
Yeah.
23.7 years old. What Nomad was referring to as pass rush rating is a 92, but his run defense is 61. And he's a projected fifth or so rounder.
He's going to have to get better there, but he's better than, let's just say, I would say this. This is what I noticed about Max Llewellyn, especially this year. He knew he was coming out, and he knew he needed to get his stats up and get them high so that he can get drafted where maximize his draft potential, right? And so guess what? You ain't putting that much emphasis on the damn run game. At the end of the day, I came here to get my status to where I need to be so I can get drafted where I need to get drafted and get the money I need to get. And so sometimes I think the wise football fan would look at some of these things like that. Like nobody's paying nobody big money to stop the run.
I ain't here for all that.
Yeah. Look at it that way, and then there's another way to conceptualize what you're seeing.
Yeah, but if that's the case, I think, we're talking about Ryan Poles and we're talking about Dennis Allen and Ben Johnson fits. I don't think someone with that attitude that I only rush the pass or I don't stop the run would fit a Ryan Poles model of player. I think he wants players as like, while they may not be best at both things, that they are willing to put forth the effort to both things.
Even though he's a very good pass rusher, that guy can set the edge.
Even then, you can have a rotation, right?
Yeah,
you could run that through a rotation and see, what his pass rush reps really look like versus run stopping reps. So like there's things you can do in that regard. There's other players. We got a bunch of them on the edge, to be honest with you. So if you create a rotation and see what sticks to the wall.
Mm-hmm. But he seems like more like your dedicated, third, fourth down and long pass rusher kind of guy.
That's really what he is. There's not much argument there.
It's definitely his specialty, but I don't want to limit Max Llewellyn to that.
You can't, because of that motor, man. Like he will get in. Like there's like, is he an edge setter? I wouldn't say that he is, but he's involved heavily in the run stop regardless because of that motor and that relentlessness that you see on tape. So he'll get in there, he'll get involved, and he'll get tackles, come hell or high water.
All right. Let's get to another guy. Max Llewellyn, big fan, man. Big fan. And I knew at being at Iowa, he's gonna have to get his pass rush stats up quite a bit to be able to get viable positioning in this draft and get maximum money, which is what everybody's after. Maximum dollar. And so if his run defensive stats look a little off compared to his pass rushing stats, I just gave you an idea of why that might be. All right. So let's get to the next football player. This is one of my favorite players to watch. This is Tyree West out of Tennessee. Tyree West. Let me look at his stats here. Look at his measurements here. He is 6'3", 290 pounds. Absolute tweener. Absolute tweener. He can give it to you, whether it's from the edge or it's from the D tackle position. He's exactly what Dennis Allen is looking for. Exactly. I need you to be able to be versatile, kick inside when we ask you to, and be explosive from there too. Can you do that, Tyree? Yes, sir. That's what you're going to hear from Tyree West, because you see it on tape, Trip.
Yes, coach.
Yep.
So I've heard his name before, but he's not ever mentioned in like the top end of talent, for defensive line or edge, even though, he's obviously talented. But he is the model, that Dennis Allen wants. He's got that versatility, and he's got that, right under 300-pound size, 6'3". So, if there's a type that Dennis Allen has physically, this kid, he fits it, he meets it, he matches it. And he's got that dog in him, of course. So, that's a Ryan Poles thing, and the good RAS scores and all that fun stuff. So, we can't have any PTSD from Tennessee players. So, put that out of your mind. But it would be good to, have someone who has the versatility and the motor and the dog in them, at that position, or those positions, actually.
I think because of the simple fact that he's not regarded as one of the top guys at whether it's edge or defensive tackle, and he's flying under the radar. That bodes us well.
Yeah.
Really bodes us well. But you can't watch him play football and look at a Dennis Allen defense and tell me that he ain't a perfect fit. Absolutely perfect. Tyree West has a combination of tenacity, size, and outright ability to just be able to overwhelm you, quickness. And I think the more and more you look at the reps, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm still coming up with reps. I'm just looking at him. I'm like, what is it? I don't think he's figured out this part of the game where he just can recognize a snap count and get off the ball a little bit earlier than the offensive line is expecting him to, Trips. And that takes a certain amount of, you better know what you're doing, because if you jump off, that coach is going to snatch your ass out the game. And some of these guys can predict the snap count. He's so quick for a big dude. It's just like, man, is he timing this shit? What is it? No, it's just his freakish athleticism. He can really get off the ball. And he's so big and strong as an edge rusher, it's overwhelming. And so that's his advantage. He's not timing it. He's not there yet. I think he can get to a point where he can figure out, Tyree West can figure out snap counts. You play in the league long enough, it's very much repetition and don't much change in the NFL. But in college, I know he hasn't figured that out yet. And so this is just natural born quickness. But man, he gets on you. And that power is overwhelming.
Yeah, and he's a day 2 or 3 pick. So under the radar, guy. He is he the the first defensive lineman the Bears take, or the second or the third? Who knows? But he has the qualifications, and he matches the requirements and specifications, that Dennis Allen wants. Let's rock.
We did Malachi Lawrence, I think,
a few weeks ago, didn't we?
A couple weeks ago, at least. Yeah, but I'm telling you guys, Tyree West is exactly a Dennis Allen prototype. So if you haven't checked out Tyree West, no maniacs, turn on some tape. Don't worry about if you can't get no highlights of him. Turn on Tennessee Defense 2025 and watch all the reps you need to watch, and you'll see exactly what I'm telling you. You'll find out. It's not that complicated with defensive linemen. They either have this, that, or the third. When you got a motor to add with that, Tyree West gonna be, man, you put him, I just love this football player. I'm still going back to his tape, y'all. I'm still going back to his tape, and the more and more I go back, I love it. I love it. We need football players like him on this roster. Powerful, strong, quick, fast, and with infinite motor. Boy, love this football player. Tyree West out of Tennessee, boy. Woo. All right, let's get to the next football player. You heard me talk enough about him, haven't you, Trips?
Oh, yeah. Safety Bud Clark, TCU, was that Texas Christian, the Horned Frogs?
Mm-hmm. Only thing about Bud, and it's just me in my mind. The first time I watched him play, I'm just like, okay, I'm not paying attention to how big he is. I'm talking about physically, his stature. I'm not worried about that at first. I'm just looking at how well he moves, Trips. I'm just really what I'm focused on. How well he reacts, how fast did he close with a ball in the air? All right. Things like that. Once you start looking at that kind of stuff really, really quickly, now you're starting to look at, okay, how is he reading the field? How well is he communicating with his teammates? Is he starting to notice things? Is he, when the ball is snapped, is he locating where the quarterback is trying to look him to versus where the ball is actually going? Is he starting to notice things like that? And the more and more you watch his tape, the more and more you can tell he's getting more cerebral as the more and more he plays football. And so in the world of football, the quarterback is trying to manipulate safeties all the time because a safety is a quarterback's arch nemesis. You would think it's a defensive lineman or a linebacker that can sack him or hurt him or something like that. No, it's the safety that's preventing him from doing what he wants to do, throw the ball down the field. And so Bud Clark is learning. He's very, very physical, very physical, very fluid mover. We know those two things about him. But what he's getting really good at is starting to manipulate the quarterback that's trying to manipulate him. That's a trick bag all within itself, Trips.
Yeah, I get it, and he's 6'1", 188. Free safety. I'm not sure about well, actually I can't tell you. Just from what you were describing of his field play, looking at this in general, his overall rating 84.6, his tackling 81%, run defense 88%, coverage 89%, zone 89%, man press 88%. So I mean, all that is damn good. But the only thing that scares me is his injury history, that he missed significant time in 2021, 2022, and 2025. So I mean, that's kind of a red flag ish. Not his on field play, but just his health history.
That is when I watch him play and when I look at his measurables as far as his stature goes, me being a person that played a physical brand of football. And in high school, it's one thing. When you get to college, it's another thing. And in college, you definitely have to start beefing up a little bit more and start taking your weight training a little more seriously. And I don't even say a little more seriously, a lot more seriously. And you really need to pound some weight onto your shoulders. And when I say shoulders, it's because you're going to lead with them. And you're hitting big dudes. Bud Clark is hitting big dudes. And you're leading with that shoulder. And as you can see, this shoulder pad, that's not much in between him and his clavicle.
I mean, I've seen 3-piece suits with bigger shoulder pads than that in the shoulders.
And so what you got to do, what Bud's got to do, and I'm totally sold on his ability to be able to be a dynamic elite free safety or strong safety, whatever he chooses to be, or whatever team chooses to, whatever role he chooses or the team chooses for him. He can do it, but he's got to put some body armor on him. In this situation, let's just say he gets drafted here in Chicago and plays free safety. He gets to play a little bit more away from the ball. Here's the thing about that, and you could say that maybe Bud Clark doesn't have to put up with as many physical hits that a strong safety would. That would be correct. Here's the bad side to that. By the time the free safety gets to that tackle, that player is up to full speed and about to break it to the end zone because he's the last line of defense. Imagine how much more pressure that is on your shoulders.
You want to be more in the speed bump out there.
You see what I'm saying, Trip? It's almost worse because that damn Clydesdale is full speed now.
Mm-hmm. And Bud, he may have that dog in him, but he got that Chihuahua size, and that ain't no bueno when you got like not just saying you got a Derrick Henry running at you. And it's like, sure, you may want to go for his, I guess, ankles. You know,
That is my,
because I'm not putting the 188 pounds, you know, soaking wet with bricks in his pockets, you know, shoulder up, you know, head up, and any place on the upper body of Henry or any big back, or especially not those big, thick tree trunk ass thighs of theirs. You know, those big ass thighs against 188 pounds. Oh Lord. I
man,
mean, so you got to go for the ankles, if any place.
you feeling me now, Trips? That's my only reservation with Bud Clark. And I hesitate to even say this live on the show because it's gonna get out here on the internet and people gonna judge me for saying what I said. And he's tough. He's been doing it so far. But you only 20 something years old right now, early 20s. You know, you get enough of them, bro. You only got so many hits in them shoulders. I'm just telling you. So you, Bud Clark, get your ass in the weight room, bro, and take it serious and start eating, you know, some good lean food and making sure that you get some good pounds around your neck and shoulders. That's the best thing I can tell you.
So is Bud more of a free
Man,
or
get,
a
up,
box
get your ass on camera. What you talking about?
I'm
You can
snapping.
hear you
I'll be on
easy.
camera in a minute.
What
You
you
know,
say?
he's polite. He didn't like to eat on camera.
Kez was saying something. What you say, man?
Yeah, man. Is he more of a box or a free?
He's either, man. He's dynamic like that, which is obviously what Dennis
But
Allen.
just an undersized box is sort of what you're leaning towards.
You don't want to put him in the box if you don't have to.
Mm-hmm.
If you got to put him in a box, he can play it. He's just got to put some muscle around his neck and shoulders. He's got to put a lot more because this ain't college no more. It's the next level. I knew that when I got to college. I was just like, oh dog, you hit enough thick mug, boy, bro. Y'all don't know, bro. You hit a big thoroughbred Clydesdale leg stud muffin of a physical athlete in the legs, in the thigh, bro.
Somebody answer the phone.
Your tough ass gonna change. You gonna change.
Bell rung.
You're gonna be like, oh, okay. I'll be up 6 o'clock tomorrow morning in the weight room, eating raw eggs before I go there, whatever I need to do, protein shakes, whatever, because I can't do that. This man's got a Earl Campbell type leg, and I just hit it. And it hurt. So, law of physics is undefeated, ain't it?
Yeah, you know, like Father Time and Mother Nature.
All right. I'll tell you another guy I'm excited about too. This guy right here. You talking about, you'll forget we even had Andrew Billings when you see this cat play right here. This is Nick Barnett. He is, make sure I'm right.
Barrett.
Nick Barrett, my bad. 6'3". Thank you, Trips. 6'3", 322 pounds. This is your plug. And he's low to the ground. While I'm watching him play, Trips, it's like I'm looking at a Dennis Allen piece. Because he plays with low pad level and he blends with whoever is on the defensive line of scrimmage. And you forget that you're looking at a 322-pound man because he plays so physical, so abrupt, and so athletic. You forget that he's 322 pounds. Think about how big 322 pounds is. And you watch this cat on tape, and you're just like, hold up. I mean, look back. You say 322. It's more like 270, 280. Nah. He's a load and can move. No, he's not a 3 technique, but he can go over there and get you some reps from time to time. But he is a nose guard. He is a 0 tech. He's a 1 tech. But boy, is he a problem when it comes to run defense. He's going to do his job. Is everybody else in that defensive front going to do their job? Maybe not. But this guy will face a double team, 10 toes down, shed that block, and get off of it and make a play on the ball. A double team.
Well, that's his thing. To support what Nomad is saying here, his overall rating, 78.8. His tackling, 53%. Pass rush, 64%. Run defense, 88%. And he's a projected UDFA.
Mm-hmm. These were the guys I like studying. There ain't nobody talking about that apparently to most people's perception is worth nothing. Imagine getting this guy that stout of a run defender as a UDFA, 6'3", 322 pounds, that ferocious against the run.
Why do you think he's a UD? Like, why do you think he's projected as a UDF?
I think because of the depth at the position.
I don't think the draft is long enough. I don't think enough guys get drafted, and because they put this cap on how many guys can get drafted, these guys get devalued, and it's unfortunate to me, and I hate it.
Because what is Mr. Irrelevant 299?
Yeah, I hate it, man.
So anything after any player, not under that 299 is a UDFA, even though many of those UDFAs probably deserve to have been drafted.
And this guy's a stud football player. He doesn't deserve that status. And so in terms of what Kez just said, there's only so many people to get drafted, and projections put you here. The people with money get to put a price value on you for that. He's worth more than UDFA money. Just watch the play. But only so many guys get drafted. And I've always hated that. How do only less than 300 people get drafted with this many really, really good football players? And because they don't get drafted in this is why I don't watch the combine and shit like that, because that helps people put a value on you. And you're worth way more than that. Everybody else watches it as entertainment, and I'm looking at a bigger picture. I'm like, oh man, this guy's dropping or this guy's rising. Man, I ain't gonna tell you what I think privately, what you should do with yourself. I'm just gonna do this show we're doing tonight. But Nick Barnett is gonna be one of those guys that hopefully doesn't fall by that big a wayside. But man, this guy can play. Absolutely, the abruptness of how he gets off the line and fights some double teams and beats them. How well he can move, his motor, his hand game, how well he sheds blocks. This is a strong football player, No Maniacs. Very strong. Any last thoughts before?
No, we good.
All right,
nope.
Let's get to the next guy. This is probably the last one, I believe. Make sure. I think this is the last one. I don't know. Now, I told y'all some things about a few cornerbacks in this draft. And I believe what I said when I told y'all this. But boy, oh boy, I think I saw the most complete cornerback in this draft, whether it be size, speed, quickness. The cerebral part of the game. He's got it all. Zone, man, doesn't matter. Traden Stoops, he's 6'2", about 203, somewhere in that neighborhood. Playing slot corner. You want me to say that again? Traden Stukes, cornerback out of Arizona, is 6'2", 203 pounds, somewhere in that neighborhood, playing slot corner. That's incredible. I don't know how many times you've seen somebody that big playing slot corner and playing it like a boss. And I don't want, because I said that he's a slot corner, for people to just assume that's what he is and we don't need a slot corner. We got Kyler Gordon. We got this player or that player. You got to think more outside the box than that. Just because he's playing slot corner in college at Arizona doesn't mean he doesn't translate to a boundary corner, outside corner left, outside corner right, or a safety in the NFL with that size, that speed, that quickness. This is an extremely, let's just say, he's an elite athlete. He's an elite athlete. And not only that, Tristan cares his skill set matches his physical prowess. And so he's been putting in the work. I watched this guy, I don't know what it was. I don't know what game they were playing, but I knew the defensive coverage when I saw it. And so he's a slot corner. And so when they call a cover 2 invert, so what an invert means is basically the safeties and the cornerbacks, two safeties and 2 corners are going to switch positions. So 2 safeties are going to come to the line of scrimmage and play the box, and 2 corners are going to play out high. So it's going to be a 2 deep zone. But the corners are going to be playing it instead of the safeties. They're going to put the bigger physical guys up to the line of scrimmage and play the run. But if something breaks loose, the idea is for the corners to be a little bit more quicker and faster to the ball. And so you invert a cover 2. That's what they call it. Switch up the safeties in the corners, let the corners play out high. This guy, I seen him get on a basically I forget what they call it, but it was a post. I think it was a post corner. A guy ran a post on him. He's got, deep half. And so you got the deep half, you got all the way up to the hash marks and to the boundary, to the sidelines. And so he's got to cover this guy as he's streaking on this post to the hash. And if he breaks back on you to the corner and to that pylon of the end zone, you got to carry that. I don't know if I've seen in a long time a corner be able to transition from breaking on that inside breaking route to the post and flip his hips and get back over and cover the pylon and get to that play and make a play on the ball as well as I've seen Traden Stukes do it. I'm talking about in the last player I've ever seen do that was a corner out of Dallas. What's his name? Number 7. And he came out 6 years ago at least. What's his name? You guys remember his name? Diggs?
Oh, yeah.
Last player I've seen do that. They don't come around often. Trayvon Diggs, yes. It was Trayvon Diggs at Alabama. Inverted cover 2, be able to do something like that. Has the fluid hips and quick feet to be able to do that. It's hard for me to describe that to you as I'm talking to you, but I am telling you guys, Traden Stukes is a dominant elite athlete to be able to do that and not even break. He did it in such fluidity as he didn't even break speed. It's usually a hiccup while you're turning your hips. He even turned his back and never broke stride. He was right there hawking that dude and made a play on the ball at the corner of the end zone where the pylon was. He is an elite athlete, and I guarantee you, high on Dennis Allen's board. Very high.
Let's see. Kids, he's an overall rating of 84. tackling 74%, run defense 75%, coverage 91%, zone 87%, man press 90%. He's a projected third rounder, and he may have fallen for that because he'll be 24 before his rookie season, and his production hurt in 2024 because of torn ACL. So he's coming from fighting back from that. So that probably hurt his draft stock. Down to the third round projected.
I see him going potentially earlier than that, and just around the second round. But
he's a bad.
I'm just not sure. Man, I'm just not sure we go for corner so high in this draft. Is really my only two cents.
When they're that good, kids, you don't give a damn.
So same token,
BPA.
What do we do with if this is a BPA situation and he is a nickel, he's a slot corner? What do you do? What are your thoughts there?
I just got through telling you he's not going to be a slot corner. He's just playing.
You think he's going to be a boundary corner in the NFL?
That's what we'll need. But we'll know the fact that he can play slot corner if we need him to.
Any safety reps for this guy?
Yeah, if he can play slot corner and boundary corner, fuck yeah, he can play safety.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. At that size, he'd make for a decent safety. How is his tackling?
His tackling was a 74.
He can tackle, man.
That's not bad.
He's probably, man, I feel like I've said this at least once or twice. He's the best all-around corner. And I'm talking about all around with everything: coverage, man-to-man zone, ability to be able to move from this position to that position. I think he's the best corner in this draft. And I don't give a damn what nobody says. I ain't seen this is hard to find.
Jeez.
His skill set is hard to find.
Okay. All right.
Don't believe me? Go look at the shit yourself.
All right. One of those positions that I'm a little bit light on looking at. Don't expect them to go high with a corner. But I could be completely wrong.
But look at the comment though, kids.
What comments?
On the screen.
Oh.
Talking about this one?
People have him at safety. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, that makes a little bit of sense to me. Again, given his size, etc., not a bad look in that regard. But there are other very good safeties in and around that area of the draft too. So I don't know. It'll be interesting. I think the real monkey wrench in this situation is Dennis Allen and him being more of a secondary coach, right? That's his background, so he may be looking for something like this.
Hey, folks, I'll give you a little interesting nugget that on observation with this guy, Traden Stukes. He reminds me of Tyreek Stevenson a little bit, but a lot. When I say a lot more polished than Reek was, and Reek was, as a man corner, he was pretty polished. He's pretty polished, but this guy is like trophy case, shine on the top of the head and everywhere else polish compared to Reek. And Reek was good at Miami. This guy is a lot more polished as far as his footwork goes, however you want to call it. This guy is beyond Tyreek coming out of Miami. And I'm telling you, this dude is the truth.
Well, like I said, I just wouldn't be looking to move on from Tyreek Stevenson in 2026.
That's not the point. I'm just talking about skill set.
I'm with you. I'm with you. Same token, Dennis Allen might be ready to move on from Tyreek Stevenson in 2026. So again, totally hard to call this one.
All right. That ain't what we're here to talk about, but we're going to get to some other shit. And let me just get to it, man. Triple R and kids, I know y'all are watching things develop in the world as I am, and you got your ideas about what is. And I'm not here to judge nobody about it, but I know this, man. It's starting to feel like we need to start thinking about some plan Bs, right? It really feels like we need to start thinking a little bit deeper into how we see the world, because I think the geographic landscape is flipping on us, and we're just, if you're one of those people that can't see that, you're gonna be late to it. Would you agree or disagree?
I agree.
All right, that's a good way to start this. Kids, I know this ain't your thing, but I just want to see, why would you think something like this would be important to a situation for survival?
Well, so you can grow stuff. You gotta grow produce to eat it. If you can't get it at the store, if there's a non-existent store, the store don't work. You got to do it yourself. I'm not sure what. Yeah, that's about it. At least it gives you a breadth of different fruits, vegetables, etc. At least that's my assumption, that you can grow on your own and utilize that for produce as you move forward.
Yeah, this we're looking at a seed bank here as low as $40, 32 seed variety, 30,000 count. Because seeds is some small little shits. So the importance. I remember going back in the day, in the springtime when Aunt Della was planting her garden, and they had the seeds and the little envelopes, with the color on it of what it was, and pictures and shit. And it took a whole wall, of seeds, and each pack had however many in it. But this little seed jewelry box or tackle box, if you will, the bank, each one of those little compartments, has depth, and I'm sure it holds, several hundred seeds because they're so small. But the importance of it is, you have I'm sure some sort of matching label that tells you, these are tomato seeds, watermelon seeds, strawberry seeds, or whatever, whereas, your green thumbers know them just by look. But wherever you're at in an emergency environment, you can take a not a food source, but a source of a food source with you. And if you're able to till up some land and have a growing season, or able to, now you can grow, fruits, vegetables, what have you. And you have the portable, compact bank with you. So, it's a very important thing to have in your bug out bag, in your shelter, your getaway, wherever, for sustenance.
In all seriousness, man, these things come in like a book. It's like a book that you can lock. You slap that top close, and you lock it up. And the key thing about keeping a seed bank, and we've cultivated seeds through the vegetables that we've grown, and there's a process to that. You got to dry them out so that you can use them. So if you have the next time you go get tomatoes, or your next time you go get cucumbers, or whatever you're getting, you take the seeds out and they just falling out of the vegetable. Take the seed out, put it in a piece of foil. I mean, a piece of paper towel, and you let that thing. You just leave it out there for about a day. A few hours. Really all it takes for the moisture to drain out of it, and you'll see it all in the paper towel. and then you just take a little thin something and you flip that thing, and you might want to leave it for another day just to make sure it's all the way dry, and then you seal it, whether it's in a bag, a Ziploc bag, but you make sure it's sealed shut. My girlfriend's talking to me. You can put them in a pill bottle too. And so you can use those. You can use those medicine bottles. Those you can use anything to store those things. You don't have to buy this, but if you don't grow and you don't pay attention to how many seeds that you be coming in contact with, this is an idea for you. Just put them on a piece of paper towel, napkin, or something. Let them dry out. Flip them off of that thing and put them in something and keep them at room temperature or lower. So ideally, if you have a basement or something like that, you keep them at a lower temperature. Those seeds will last you for a long time. A long time. And so you've got food within the food that you're eating right now that can save you in the future.
And a tip would be, whereas you can get seeds from, the various, fruits, vegetables, whatever that have them, but you want to get the highest quality seed possible. Not your cannabis cup seeds, Red Baron, but if you have a bumper crop of tomatoes or cucumbers or whatever, those are the seeds you want. You want the non-GMO, additive. You want that organic, strong, potent stuff, with the good lineage. So generic seeds will get you generic food. I mean, it's still food, but not the top quality as possible. So don't skimp on your seeds.
Amen to that.
What are the odds that these aren't GMO?
Well, I mean, I don't. Does the seed bank come with the seeds, or does it come empty and you got to fill it up with the seeds?
It comes with all the seeds.
I was like, that's a good question.
I mean, I'm sure you could get one, blank or empty, and fill it up at your own leisure. But whoever you get the seed bank from, if you look up the specs of it, it should tell you about the heritage of the seeds.
I took
lineage.
What I did was take my girlfriend's mother's, her medicine weekly requirement. I took like 14 of them. I took like 14 of them.
The little pill boxes.
Yeah. Little separators.
Yeah, you flip up the days and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, and I did what I did with them, and they turned out to be a winner.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to spend that $40, but if you can, this is a shortcut to having to do what I did and glue all that stuff together and put it together. This turns into a box that can be sealed and turns into a book, and you can slide that in your bag and keep on going, which I can do with what I had, but it's different. You know what I mean? So I got my cucumbers. I got my, different kinds of cucumbers. I got like 2 or 3 different kinds of cucumbers. You know what I mean? You might want your sweet pickling. I forget what you call those little sweet pickles. The little short things. You get those.
Gherkins?
No, they little something bread pickles.
Bread and butter pickles?
Yeah, bread and butter, little sweet pickles. And you can grow the bigger ones if you want, but those are certain kinds of cucumbers, is what they are.
Mm-hmm.
And so I grow every year a pickling cucumber instead of the longer cucumber that everybody buys at the store. I buy the ones that turn into pickles. Those are more tasty, more fleshy to me, and I just enjoy those pickles those cucumbers more than the regular cucumber. So that's just me. So there's different types of cucumbers, there's different types of tomatoes, there's different types of squash, different types of all kinds of vegetables. And so which makes the variety of however many spaces that you have in that book more valuable. Those are the vegetables that I really, really covet, is the tomatoes and the cucumbers.
And aside from the specifics of the seeds that you put in, something that if you do use a bank or a box, that the pill box is good for, as well as the medicine actual bottles. You got to make sure it's waterproof, hermetically sealed, even, because in a situation, a doomsday scenario type thing, you don't know your conditions, your environment. Is it going to be raining? Are you going to get your go bag wet? You don't want to get your seeds wet. You don't want to, ruin anything that you have. So you want to make sure it's sealed up good. And if you do have, anything that you're keeping your seeds in, put them in a Ziploc bag, at the very minimum, so you want to protect them as much as possible.
All right. We're going to get kids going. We're going to try to engage him and use his good judgment and good discernment in a situation like this to use your instincts to say where you think something like this would come in and be valuable.
A pallet jack and a dolly, both of these things would be valuable in all sorts of different areas. Saves you from lifting, heavy lifting.
There
You know what I mean? You keep your back straight, keep your back in good, in good standing, especially with respect to water, right? A lot of the time you may not be in a situation where water is readily available right at your front door. You may have to go out, get that water, bring that shit back to the to the HQ or wherever you're resting your head. A dolly would be perfect for that. Bring a big old barrel, dunk that into water, slide that dolly underneath, and cart that baby right back to HQ. Same thing with the forklift, man. Very, very similar case scenario. I guess less water requirement for anything else that you might want to bring back home. That forklift will come in handy.
And also the not only when you're going out scavenging and you need to bring something heavy back home, but wherever your base camp is, the dolly and the pallet jack come handy when you got to rearrange stuff, when you got to move stuff. And remember that sometimes you might be alone. So, these tools, help that, because your generator goes out or your portable fridge goes out, and instead of trying to have to lift with your legs when you pick it up to move it, and squat, you just roll that dolly on up under there and tilt that son bitch back and just roll it out easy peasy, mac and cheesy. So these are useful tools because we're just talking about the seed bank. Seeds are very light, a few ounces if that each. These tools are lifting things that are several hundred or 1,000 pounds, to make the task that much easier.
Yeah, you move a fridge with that thing, no problem. You know what I mean? Like you get underneath it, and now you're moving a refrigerator, freezer, whatever it is. You gotta move around. So you can also relocate ATMs according to the scrolls.
Well, but at that time, cash ain't gonna mean shit.
That's what I was about to say, right? Cash ain't the ATM. What's in the ATM ain't gonna do nothing for you at that point.
So just say, for instance, somebody, let's just say in a real bad situation where we ain't got no light, we ain't got no water, we ain't got nothing working for us, and we're just trying to figure out how to make this work between each other. Some guy 3 miles down the road has got a pallet full of canned goods that is only going to last him so long, but he's got a good pallet full of them. But you seeing them and you just like, damn, I want that. And he wants the some of the seeds that you have. So he's having a hard time with the seeds that he has, and he can't grow anything with the seeds that he has, but he notices you got a lot going on in your neck of the woods, and you growing and getting out produce. He wants some of them, and you ain't got to do nothing but walk up to his house and giving him some seeds. But you got to figure out in that barter situation how you're going to get that big pallet of canned goods back to your house, because you need some of that in your diet. You got enough vegetables going on, but you need some of those canned goods. You can either go in sections and take all that stuff back home and keep going back and getting them, or you can pull that pallet jack down there, put this thing under there, jack it up, and pull it out and roll it down to your home.
Yeah, put it right on the skid and away you go.
Same thing with a dolly. I wouldn't use that for a water now, kids. I'd use a pallet jack for that. I find me a
Water?
pallet. Yeah, man. I'm not putting that because if you
Depends
put
how
that
much you're taking, right? If
you
you're
put that
taking,
on a dolly, you got to lean it back, and you're gonna lose some water.
well, not if the water, not if the barrel's covered.
Yeah, if it's sealed, it's still gonna come out.
Minuscule. But I see what you're saying because you got to lean it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's gonna leak. And at that point, you ain't trying to waste a drop, are you? That's
Nope.
that's around a brushing teeth.
Mm-hmm.
So very, very underrated, valuable tools that not cheap under the circumstances, but doable for most people. As low as I wouldn't go as low any more lower than 185 for this dolly. You can get this dolly at Costco. This very dolly. The next time you go to Costco, if you got the money, you can grab this and stash this in the basement or in the garage somewhere. 185. Same thing for this pallet jack. You see them all the time when you go to Costco, Sam's, or wherever the hell you shop at to get bulk items. They are all around you, moving product from A to B. You never stop to think, hey man, can I buy one of these? Take it to the house? Yeah, you can buy you one of these.
You know, if the defecation hits the rotary oscillator, you know, makes that full impact, and people are rummaging the stores, you know, for supplies, you know, these are kind of the last things that will get taken because people aren't planning ahead. They're looking for what they can, you know, consume now. You know, but if you think ahead a little bit, it's like, let me go ahead and roll one of these dollies and pallet jacks out of here because eventually we're going to come up on something that is bigger, you know, than we can carry, you know, as long as you got a base of operations. So yeah, useful tools, and especially remember back in the day when people ask you, hey, can you help me move? It's like, sure, you know, you buy the pizza and beer, it's all good. You know, it's like, you know, you got a dolly? Nah, we can just make extra trips. Yeah, no. You know, nowadays, go ahead and get that dolly and no, I'm not helping you anyway. So yeah.
Hey, I'm finna hop out for 1 second. I gotta pay the water bill before we finish this thing up. But the value of wheels when there's no gas, no electricity, these things are obsolete at this point. And anything that has wheels that can move things from A to B, how important is that, fellas?
Mhm.
Super important if you want to have a working back because you're going to be doing a lot of heavy lifting. You know what I mean? A lot of it. The benefit of the society we live in today is that a truck and some sort of team has already brought all the goods in close proximity to you, so you can just bring it home. The downside is if that goes, you know, kaput, you got to take on a fair amount of that logistics on your own. So here's 2 items that'll truly help you get by in a shitty situation.
You don't need any fuel for a vehicle, and you can mount up and strap to, you know, bungee cord around, you know, a ratchet strap in, whatever you need to strap in, and you can move in silence because there's no motor, you know, there's no scraping. It's just a nice big soft rubber wheel rolling, and you just minding your business, keeping it moving.
Yeah. And you can even use it as a skateboard if you're really bored.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you put where the handles are on the dolly, you put some wheels up on that part, you know, where you got the fold up, four down, where you fold it out into a 4-wheeler from a dolly, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah. So there's that. Got yourself a pallet jack and a dolly when shit hits the fan. Oh, when the defecation
what do you
hits
call that
the
thing? Not a moped, but a scooter.
Scooter.
You know, where you stand up on it with the pallet jack and push with one hand.
That's it.
1 foot, rather. Yeah.
That's it.
I'd say a damn wheelchair would help you in this situation. In a lot of situations, just a regular wheelchair. You know, you can move. That's wheels. You can move anything. You know what I mean? Well, I ain't gonna say anything, but you can move a certain amount of things if you got a couple of bungee cords or something like that. But yeah, you talking about, you know, just being adaptable to the circumstances. I'm one of these people that thinks right now, you better learn how to put your board in the water and learn how to swim, because you might have to swim, bro. In this day and age, we're gonna get a little bit deeper into that as we get ready to close the show. But man, this is serious business, man. I think we are moving into. I think the landscape is changing in front of us, man, and we are so accustomed to seeing things the way we see it through our lenses. We think that these things last forever, and I'm here to tell you, if you don't listen to nobody else, listen to me. These things are gonna change abruptly, and we're gonna have to adjust with them. So get your paddleboard ready. You gotta have to swim, bro.
See, that's
Tell
why
'em.
you gotta have some of these joints in the house, some of these straps.
Oh yeah, okay.
You know, you can would be perfect for the pallet jack or the dolly. You know, to tie stuff around and then lock them in place and tighten it up. And I think I got this pack of 4, for $10 or something like that. It's not the anything that's going to hold hundreds of pounds, but it'll do you.
And I heard, hey Scrolls, I heard that parts of California got $9 a gallon gas, man.
Oh,
9.50. I seen one 9.50. And he's being funny, but he's not being funny. He's talking about back and forth
and
Friday.
it ain't gonna get any better anytime soon.
Hey, bro, that's crazy. That's crazy. But let's kill this conversation for now. Unalive it. My bad. And get to this, man. Been waiting a couple weeks to get this ready, but we are prepared. And I just want to say this, man. In 1942, start looking this up. Battle of LA, 1942. Google it, chat GPT it, whatever you want to do. But that was a real tangible thing that happened. There's context to the story, but let me start it off this way. Hold on. Unprepared, y'all. But here we go. So let's set the scene, fellas. This is 1942. Pearl Harbor just happened, and everybody's on high alert. We don't have the technologies that we have right now that helps everybody feel protected here in the United States and maybe even Canada. I don't know, but for sure here in the United States, Pearl Harbor just happens, and the war starts to happen. 1942. This is probably around February, March 1942. I got the paper, but it's not sitting in front of me, so I'm paraphrasing all of it. And the America is on high alert, and we're talking about it's about to really get crazy. You knew what happened from 1942 and beyond. A lot of things happened that really changed the landscape of the world, and all of a sudden, here we are. America's on high alert. The Japanese have put us on high alert, and so America at this time they've got nationwide blackouts. At certain times of the day, at certain times of the night, the whole country would have to go black because they didn't want to give the Japanese an area to bomb, a certain area to bomb. So it was all across the country. At certain parts of the evening or of the evening, you have to shut the lights out. So you wasn't getting no light whatsoever outside of San Diego. There was a radio station in San Diego that was able to produce shows. Everybody else is black. There's no internet, kids. There's no Not everybody even had phones at the time, but people can pick up the phone and call people. But not everybody. It's not exclusive to every household at this point. Just think about the mindset in 1942 after Pearl Harbor just happens. And all of a sudden, in about 2:30 in the night, 2:30 at night when everybody's lights are off, in Culver City, California, about 30 miles away from, I think, Santa Monica or somewhere like that. We're on the southern end of California. All of a sudden, they got these. You ever seen those old black and white Hollywood movies where the searchlight comes on and it puts the light on the Hollywood sign out there in California? I
Yeah.
just I love the nostalgia of that. You know what I mean? It's just something about that really hits with me. And so all of a sudden, boom, these searchlights start hitting the air and they're focused in this area. Bunch of them all over the sky. And siren starts going on. And so imagine being 2:30 in the morning, almost 3 o'clock in the morning, everybody hearing all this shit, and all of a sudden the whole sky lights up with skylights. Everybody and their mama are gonna be out there on the coming out of their house, walking out into the streets, like, what the fuck is going on? I know we're supposed to be protecting ourselves from the Japanese, but what's going on? We getting ready to get attacked over here. So people were reacting to it. And so before I talk too much, let me share my screen right quick. Give me a second. It's better that other people do. I'm gonna take you right back to that time. All right. So this is a still photo of what it looked like. Let me make sure. I don't see how I can open this up. Wait a minute. Can you see it better now?
Yeah.
So this is a still photo of what those searchlights I was just describing in California were looking at. And so there's different accounts of what these searchlights were actually capturing. There's people that tell you that there's like 6 different, sky vehicles or extraterrestrial vehicles that were surrounding this one big vehicle. And this is the famous still shot of what they saw. There's other people that would tell you, and I'm talking about people that were with the brigade, that will tell you that it's only one big, huge spacecraft. One. And they're letting it go at this thing. And I'm talking about giving it everything they got. They firing at this thing and it ain't doing nothing to it. Absolutely nothing. It's unidentified. It's still unsolved today. And they're just letting it go. Not only for just a few minutes, this went on for like a couple hours. So they start firing at this thing at about 2:30, 2:45 and didn't stop till like 4:15.
Yeah.
Imagine that. They letting off at this thing. And so I'm gonna go from here. I'm gonna show you something else. I'm gonna just take you back into time and what people that were living through this were going through.
The news of the world, Wednesday, February 25th. Once again, Colombia's correspondents in world capitals
Okay, this is it.
and the fighting zones in the Western Pacific are ready to give you the latest news direct by shortwave radio. And now for
So just think
the news
about
of the world, the news of the world, Wednesday, February 25th. Once again, Colombia's correspondents in world capitals and in the fighting zones in the Western Pacific are ready to give you the latest news direct by shortwave radio. And now for news of our own West Coast, we take you to Los Angeles and the report of Byron Palmer.
Sorry about the shitty ass camera. It's just what it was back then. I want y'all to see what people were going through in 1942 and what they were thinking, giving you the exactly what it was.
Crazy.
And the report of Byron Palmer. Anti-aircraft guns went into action against unidentified aircraft in the Los Angeles area shortly after 3 a.m. Pacific wartime this morning. The anti-aircraft guns began barking during a blackout ordered by the 4th Interceptor Command at 2:25 a.m. The unidentified object, which some sources thought might be a blimp, moved slowly down the Pacific coast from Santa Monica and disappeared south of Long Beach. Army officials declined to comment on the possibility that the object might have been a blimp. However, it required nearly 30 minutes to travel some 25 miles, far slower than an airplane. Watchers on the rooftop of the Columbia Broadcasting Building in the heart of...
That's another still shot of what they were actually looking at. These are actual searchlights on that image that they saw in the sky. And I would say, I don't want people to think that people were just absolutely calm and just sitting here looking at this thing and listening to all this, rocket fire and gunfire and just like calm and like, hey, the United States will take care of it. No, people absolutely panicked. People died getting on the highway trying to get the hell away from whatever this was. Like more than 5 people died. Some people from car accidents, some people from heart attacks. Literally, this is not conjecture. This is not me giving you what I think something might have been known. This is real life. This is documented. Let's keep going.
Hollywood could plainly see the flashes of guns and searchlights sweeping the skies in a wide arc along the coastal area. Concussion of the shells could be felt in downtown Los Angeles, 15 miles away. U.S. Army planes quickly took to the dark skies, but whether they contacted the object has not been announced. Army officials say they will not comment until they receive a full report of the action. Although some watchers say they saw airplanes in the air, semi-official sources say they probably were the U.S. Army's pursuit. Several observers say they saw 1 or more planes spotlighted by 20 or 30 searchlights. The object moved southward, presumably over Huntington Park at the western edge of Los Angeles, and on southward to about Long Beach on the coast. By 3:30 a.m., observers said the object appeared to be over the south of Long Beach. Searchlights closely followed the object down the coast and kept it centered in their glare. Shells frequently could be seen bursting near the object, but none appeared to hit it. The shooting stopped about 3:30 a.m. The shooting brought warfare to the front door of this city of 1.25 million population.
All right. What's your thoughts right now? So far, Kez. Kez and Trips, what you thinking right now?
I don't know. Just the one thing that kind of throws me for a loop is just how slow this thing was going. They said it's going like 25 miles an hour. It took it a half hour to get to where it was going, and they ultimately more or less attacked it. So it doesn't really sound, like standard characteristics from any sort of, UFO that has been described over time. That one threw me for a loop.
Yeah, it's just interesting because I did see the Aaron Eckhart movie, The Battle of Los Angeles, my bad. And it was like, cool movie, but it's like, this is not a remake, but where they got it from, this actual thing that's going on here in 1942. And whatever this object is that they're shining a light on and shooting at, it seems to be impervious to all of their weaponry. So it's not in a hurry. It's not trying to invade if it's, taking that long on its own little sweet time, while getting, shot at, and it doesn't seem to care, as far as I can tell. So it's like, this is something different there. Something different indeed.
Hey, you know what got me, fellas? Is when you do the deep dive on it, like Kez started off his response to it with talking about how slow it was moving. That's part of, I use 2 different AIs, 3 as a matter of fact, when researching this. I use ChatGPT, use Google AI, and I also use one called Quinn AI. I suggest a lot of people start checking out. QWEN. Check that out. But researching them all, what came to the light for me was, there was times when the thing was moving absolutely slow and just ominous and just like, what you gonna do to me? Sitting there and like shoot all you got. It ain't gonna do nothing to me. But then there's other time where it's zip here, zip there. And this is through AI. And then you confirm it with some of the witness statements that I'm talking about, people with the military brigades that were talking about how this thing was moving. And so as slow as it was at certain points, it was equally like light faster. And so this is real. This ain't no bull. Matter of fact, there was the person that was in charge, let's just say the military commander on the scene, let's just say who would be the Pentagon's top general at that time, later penned to FDR, penned a letter to FDR. We know for a fact in certain words that we have come in contact with extraterrestrial vehicles. And that's in a nutshell of what he said. Now, I couldn't find, there is actual documents out there in the internet. I just didn't have time or the media space to get it and put it on here, but it's out there. The actual guy that was in command of all these actions penned a letter to the president, FDR, and it was like, hey, we know for a fact that there are extraterrestrial vehicles moving about the sky. I'm just putting that out there. We're going to finish this up. Give me a second. Let me find it. Here we go.
First time since December 7th. Already it was alert to the presence off the Southern California coast of a Japanese submarine which had pumped 25 shells into an oil field north of Santa Barbara Monday evening. Because of the presence of the submarine, a 3-hour alert was ordered at dusk last night. And
I forgot to tell y'all, before all of this happened, probably 12, 24 hours before all of this, Japanese submarine comes out of the water in the Pacific and pumps 25 big rounds onto some oil site or some gas site along the California coast. Some petroleum place, they just blew it up. And so they were extra on high alert at that time. So this was a monster to them. But let's keep going. Let's finish it.
Civilian authorities stood at their posts while the Army and Navy continued their search for the submersible. The evening alert ended at 10:23 p.m., but another was sounded at 2:22 a.m., and the blackout followed within 3 minutes. It covered Los Angeles County from Santa Monica to Pomona. At 2:27, all Southern California radio stations were ordered off the air except those in San Diego. Approximately 20 minutes after the firing died down, the ship returned and headed westward from Long Beach toward Santa Monica. The guns went into action again, hurling round after round of shells at the object. The second barrage appeared to be closer to downtown Los Angeles, since watchers could hear the concussion of the guns more clearly, and the flash of bursting shells was brighter. Then the ship disappeared for the second time over the ocean.
Y'all see all them flashes going on around it?
Mm-hmm.
That's us from the ground popping at this thing. Bombs and all kinds of 50 caliber rounds and shit. They firing everything they got at this thing.
We return you now to CBS.
And that's it. That's what they were going through at that time. Let me get it off the screen. Get us back up here. Get this out the studio. Imagine being there in 1942 when all that happened and trying to be a citizen here in the United States with all of that happening. This was classified for a long time. You know that, right?
I did not know that.
It was. This is regular schmegular information right now. And man, let me just say, we live in a particular kind of time right now where the United States was always viewed as this impenetrable force that can't be touched. It was always viewed as that. And here we are living in a time where, yeah, you can be touched too. And yeah, I don't know how people feel about that, but it's the absolute truth. And whatever is going on in the sky, whether it's going on in the water, whatever it is, we ain't out here by ourselves. We not. And you know what? To be quite honest with you, I can remember reading some stuff and seeing a couple of videos here and there, but more importantly, reading some stuff about, it's always been there. It's always been there. But there are writings and people's books that claim to be connected to the source of all of this UFO, UAP stuff that say that, during that time, during 1942, we actually, not long after that, dropped a nuclear bomb. And the people or the entities that have been around forever was always worried about what the humans would do with this kind of technology. And so there are stories about there are different bases, especially around the United States. I remember the Soviet Union. I remember China. Those are the three countries that I remember reading that these entities have gone around in these ships and have gotten down low to those nuclear launch sites and have disabled, literally, even though we don't hear about this shit, have literally disabled those weapons. And so somewhere or another, I don't know if there's one entity or multiple entities, but some entity is worried about what we would do with life-altering weapons and how we might F up everything. And they came about to make sure that we don't do that. But they didn't do that when it came to Japan.
Not our shit.
Explain.
Well, I mean, it's fine to, drop a bomb on a foreign land for some stuff because it's a foreign land, as opposed to dropping it over your own domestic, inside within those borders. So the give a damn factor is a hell of a lot lower if it's, thousands of miles away.
Okay.
That's one way to look at it. Any last thoughts about this before we go? We're gonna just leave it there. We ain't gonna tell nobody what to think. I just showed you. I just showed people. Whatever it is what it is in your mind, and that's that. We got a couple of movies to get to if y'all want to do that.
Let's roll it.
No, what are we doing?
It's a perfect segue to this. I know every last one of y'all seen at least one version of it.
Oh yeah, the Manchurian Candidate. This one's starring Denzel Washington's, Meryl Streep, and Liv Schreiber. Yeah, that's where I don't remember who was behind it, but the military unit that Denzel and Liv were in, they did experiments on. And
the Russians, Trip.
Was it the Russians? Was it the Ruskies?
I would say the Russians. It's been a while since I've seen it, but I'd say the Russians.
Yeah, but they basically brainwashed, these soldiers to be activated upon hearing a certain code or, a certain phrase or words or whatever it was. And then they would unwittingly, act as the agents of whoever it was that brainwashed them. And the premise of this movie is Meryl Streep, I believe, is Liv Schreiber's mom, and he's running for president or Congress or Senate or something. And he served in the military with Denzel, but their whole unit was given up, sacrificed to have these experiments done on them, and hilarity does not ensue. And that's basically the premise of the movie. And there's the whole conspiracy stuff and objectives and all of that intertwined.
I just want to hop to the Meryl Streep character, and Trips did a good job of basically drawing the outline of how the movie kind of is shaped. I want to say it was Russian influenced, and I believe it was Russian influenced. Kids, did you even see this at all?
I'm familiar with the concept. I don't know. Like I'm under the impression that I saw a portion of this one and a portion of the other one, and they kind of now bleed into each other.
Yeah, I think the other one may have been Russian, and this one was more CIA.
Yeah, I think this one is more.
I probably should have
like false flag versus the other one being much more Russian focused.
Yeah,
I probably should have peeped this out a little bit more to give you a definite answer, but I want to say it was Russian influence, but also with the CIA twinge to it. It's almost like, to me, watching a movie, the Russians, whatever they KGB and CIA, wasn't really no difference between them, but it really ain't. But because they're the same kind of people.
Well, yeah, they're the same people for different flags.
Yep.
Supposedly.
And so I just want to hop to the Meryl Streep character. Imagine a mom that really ain't got no particular, that don't really have no particular care for you, but you just happen to be a child of hers, a seed of hers, and you're just an instrument to achieve her means to get to power. These power gluttons, people that hoard resources, wealth, and power for their own personal means. Meryl Streep was the devil in here.
Mm.
Absolute devil. Had no problem with her son not being, whatever happened to him, she didn't give no F's about. It was about achieving her means.
Yeah, she was what do you call it? A narcissistic sociopath. And while this is a dramatic recreation of that, in our everyday lives, we've seen that, not to this extent, but Nomad, I'm sure, has had case files or loads or clients, where moms have sent their sons out to join gangs, to sell drugs, to bring home the money so mom could have nice things. Moms have sent their daughters out, prostituting themselves so they can bring home the money to give mom so she can have nice things. This is kind of that, but this is more of a geopolitical power kind of struggle thing with the Meryl Streep character.
I wouldn't even compare it to, the stuff that I've seen, because the stuff that I've seen came out of absolute desperation. I'm not talking about desperation. I'm talking about we might not have no heat. We ain't got no this. We ain't got no that. We talking about people that had everything, and everything was normal, but we needed more.
Oh yeah, greed is good.
Big ass difference. This motherfucker was pure evil.
Yeah, power hungry. Greed, corrupt. Give it a name. For some, too much is never enough. You look at billionaires, it's like, you got more money than everybody. Why aren't you happy? Why do you need tax breaks? Why do you need more money? And when you have a position of power, because this was a White House government kind of thing, in the position of president, the most powerful position in the world, as they say. And if she, as a mother, could, get her son to be in that position with control, so it's her son, but yeah, she don't give a damn. She cares about what he can do for her as president, as that senator, whatever the position was. So it was about her. and her son was just a means to an end.
And the son's name is I don't his name is Liv or Lev Schreiber.
Yeah, Lev Schreiber. He's a good actor. A
You
lot
know
of
who
different.
that is, kid?
Yeah. I do.
Wow, man. This was not only enlightening and eye-opening, but disturbing. You know, it was very disturbing. And like, wow, bro, it's like somebody can remotely control someone's actions from afar.
Yeah, Liev Schreiber played he played Sabretooth in one of the Wolverine movies back
I
in
was just about to say it seemed like he played some kind of Wolverine or something.
yeah, he was Sabretooth and think I think it was like Wolverine Origins. Yeah, it's Wolverine Origins. That's the movie he's in.
I should have checked with you and made sure you saw this movie. I just knew you saw this movie. I think you saw this and you ain't talking.
Well, I think kids probably saw or wasn't it the original Dustin Hoffman?
Yeah, it's a Dustin Hoffman movie. Yeah, I saw that one many moons ago. Then I went to go watch this, and now the two movies kind of bleed into each other. They're very different, but the general concept is the same. And what it reminds me of, and it's like I'm gonna give you like the stupidest like example, but I don't know. Like I assume you guys got Inspector Gadget over there. I'm pretty sure it's over there.
Go Gadget.
There you go. There's one episode of Inspector Gadget where he's driving down the street in the Gadget whip. I don't know, remember what it's called. The Gadget Mobile. So he's driving the Gadget Mobile, and some dude like steps in front of the car and he honks him, and he winds his window down to like, you know, low level cuss the dude out, and he's like, what the hell? Like, what are you doing? And the guy sticks his head in the window and he goes, "Going my way." And all of a sudden, Inspector Gadget is no longer Inspector Gadget. He's doing whatever this guy has now pre-programmed Inspector Gadget to do. So he's off doing all kinds of crazy stuff until he snaps out of it and, you know, goes back to being himself without any recollection as to what he was doing. And, you know, next thing you know, he bumps into the same dude again. And the dude says, "What? Going my way?" And he's like, "Oh, snap, I'm back. I'm doing it again."
I would say this just to keep the ball rolling because we got to get to the next thing before we get out of here. What happens when people hoard money? And when I say money, money is very arbitrary because it only counts in a society that allows it to count. And it only means anything in a society that allows it to mean anything. It's very arbitrary. You can have a dollar that don't mean nothing, or you can have a dollar that means something. And so when people, evil people, have absolute hierarchy and control over those resources, that's what money is. It's a resource and a tool to be able to use and apply to whatever means you think it's worth. And when people are using it for things like this, you're in an effed up spot, and we don't even realize how effed up it is because we're living through it. You know, this is what the Manchurian Candidate meant to me. It's like people can maintain and contain power through means that, like, wow, you did that? You wanted to have authority through these means, things that I can't fathom doing myself, that people are willing, well, I don't even call them people, subhuman individuals that have power are willing to do. Just think about it that way. The people in power aren't necessarily fully human, they're subhuman. Anytime you're willing to just destroy other people just to achieve your means, when you're willing to destroy your own child, willing to do that, you ain't amongst humans. You sub. You ain't human. So I'll just say that before we get to this next movie, which is a little bit more fun. I think kids will like this one for sure.
Ah.
Just Just for the record, I have never seen this movie.
Let's
So
do some crack, kids.
Huh?
You want to do some crack with me?
I don't remember the whole track, bro.
Shut up, Trip.
Look, this is a good film. This is a good film. If you haven't seen it, Nomad, you should. Why I like it is, again, I've been in one way, shape, or form in the sales, a sales executive for a very long time, right? Different capacities within sales, but definitely sales. So this kind of shows you just the cutthroat nature of what it takes to be an absolute jerk of a salesman, and just completely cutthroat without any scruples about what you're selling, who you're selling it to, why, as long as you get some level of return. And
Kids, how you like the polar contrast between the two movies?
Well, yeah, they're definitely two different things, although they aren't. So like just what you just sort of leveled off on was the greed aspect of the Manchurian Candidate. That's what you ended on. There's no way to ignore the uber gluttony, greed driven through this film. So one would think that they're contrasting. Maybe they share some similarities that
it's the decadence. It's the
then also the decadence and the narcissism, because this guy used every one of his employees, turned them out on drugs, prostitution. They were obviously with it, so he didn't force them, but they sold not real things, to senior citizens, retirees. They didn't give a damn. It was all about the money. And then when the shit hit the fan and he had to make a decision, this Wolf dude, not spoiler alert, but it was about him and not his quote unquote friends or employees.
No, everybody else be damned.
Is expendable.
Yeah, as long as I win.
And he went on to keep winning.
I just want to know why all the white people that I know as friends was just like, you haven't seen The Wolf of Wall Street?
Because that's their party movie.
I mean, like it's literally like they saw this and saw like this crowning, like this, like light in the sky or something. I'm like, what the? No, I ain't never seen it. Why the fuck I want to see it?
Well, there's reasons, right? So how do I explain this?
Freedom.
Maybe that. This movie is a bit of an expose in its own right. It just sort of shows you the lengths that people will go to in a capitalist society. I suppose the easiest way to sort of put it. Now, given those lengths and the breadth of what he winds up doing, it's freeing. It does, like, I guess you're right, Trip. Like, it kind of opens it opens Pandora's box.
Be the most awful version of yourself that you want to be.
Yes, all for the sake of hoarding money or hoarding resources or being a greedy son of a bitch. And that's really what the moral is. It's really just going to show, how far you can bend your own personal morality to further your own personal goals.
Or if you're bent towards this being a lifestyle that is freedom to you, you're already there, and it just took a certain bent to get you there.
Well, reality is it might have
you already have no morals, you already have no foundation to begin with, and something like this is attractive to you.
Yes. it is also, I hate to say this, but it's also somewhat representative of actual corporate America. Like, don't let me sort of tell you that some of the type of shit that he was going on with ain't real shit. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not a fantasy film. This, some of those folks you're talking about may have been like, you know what, man? Do you remember when our boss was like, you know what I mean? Like, they may want. I have personal experiences that are similar to this, not for altruistic greed and evil, which is more, what he was about, but like, personal gain of other people who acted a little bit less than what I would consider moral, and I would have questions about it.
Kids, if you were out of town on business and you had a per diem, and the local, let's say, strip club had a buffet, and you had a client and y'all was going out to eat, and it's like, hey, I'm gonna put that on my expense account, as a client dinner. It's like, what? But it was a strip club. Yeah, but the buffet is excellent. That kind of thing.
Brother, I've been to it. I have been to strip clubs on the company dime, and it wasn't me who put it on the company dime. It was my hires up. It was the hires up's idea.
I got
what I'm saying? Like,
so
these
ass
things
covered.
Hey, I was like, what are we doing? Are you kidding me? Oh, you're gonna expense this, so I don't have to worry about any. Hey, you know what? I'm at the strip club then. What's up with the buffet? You know what I'm saying?
I got bad news for y'all. Very bad news.
What is that? There's crabs in the buffet.
Whatever you saw in this movie, and I never need to watch it because I've heard enough. I heard enough to just say that, to know what this movie is. It's just flat out decadence, and just flat, just effed up.
I gotta ask you a question.
Well, let me finish before you even say that. And I would say this, and I'm gonna put my name on this. This is the peak United States of America. Everything from here goes down. From whatever you thought this movie was, and whatever it was worth to you, whatever particular sentiment you got from this movie that you relate to, whatever it was, just know this was peak United States of America, and everything from here goes down.
So that's where you slightly misread this film.
I didn't see it.
So I know. And this is why I'm trying to sort of impart why it's a good movie. And I'm gonna take his other movie. I think it's is it Terminal or Airport? You know the other Leo movie where he's flying around? I swear it's with Tom Cruise.
Oh,
damn it.
Tom Cruise?
I think I'm mixing up movies, but there's Leo DiCaprio has a way of being in films where he's a bit of a, quote unquote shitbird. I don't have a better word to call him. He's up to no good, but he ain't like the most nefarious person in the world. It's up to no good, generally. Shady, kind of sneaky, underhanded, doing things. But he gets away with it because he's Leo DiCaprio. The character kind of just gets away with it, and that's sort of what you're looking at here. You see the same thing in the other film, and yes, you could relate to that sort of from an escapism perspective. You can relate to some of the quasi-moral things that might happen in either one of these films. But the reason for these films is not really for you to relate to it. If you do relate to it, you're probably a sociopath, and you should, you should seek some narcissist. You should seek some support.
I need to discommunicate a whole lot of people there.
Oh, I'm just saying, like you might need, you might need some level of support, if you quote unquote relate to the film. What you should be able to do though is see it, understand it, recognize it for what it is, and more or less use this as an example of how the world shouldn't actually be. In many cases, the world is.
There's one line that kind of encapsulates the whole movie, and it's right at the beginning when I forget the actor with the glasses and the hair, the Jewish afro, if you will. He asks Leo, he sees the car parked outside or whatever, and it's like a fancy Porsche or whatever. And he's like, what do you do to get that car kind of thing? And he's like, come work with me and I'll show you. And he was like, cool. And it didn't matter what the job was. He just wanted the car, the money, the notoriety. And it's like, the drugs, the women. It's like, sure, whatever. So there were no morals. There were no, standards. There was just, sex, drugs, rock and roll, and money kind of thing.
Yeah.
And you can't, and these are the things that if you don't have a moral compass, easy for you. Easy peasy. You walk right into a world like this and you become twisted in this tornado of this world.
But hold on. But
if you got a moral compass, you never touch it.
Yeah, but there's also the aspect of the gullibility and the naivete of their clients, which is a reflection of, let's say, society in general. That, some schmuck can call you up on the phone and promise you riches, and now you sign over your bank account to them because of those riches, whether it be greed or necessity. Now you ain't got no money, you ain't got no recourse. So it's both sides of it. It's the side taking and it's the side giving, as opposed to like, well, why would you give some idiot, on the phone all your money? Well, because he said he'd make me rich.
You got to be.
And I had the FOMO, the fear of missing out.
I'm sure that some people probably watching this show, listening to this show right now, that's probably been victim to some of that shit, man. And it's unfortunate, but the know that there are people out here, and we've been living through trying to survive in a world where people like this exist, and just trying to navigate and trying to avoid this kind of shit, and to know that there are people with no moral compass that have like nothing's off the table for them. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. But hold on, kids, because we got to get ready to wrap this thing up. We cannot go past 5. And we got to get ready to give some closing thoughts on this now. Got to wrap it up.
Okay.
But give a quick synopsis of whatever you think, but be quick about
it. Again, this is a great movie. I'm glad you sort of touched on the general topic of moral compass, because you kind of have to have one to watch this film, or yeah, you know what I mean, or you would relate the way that character Trip just described related to the lead character in the movie, right? Like that's kind of how this all works. A big portion of this is actually a true story, just to put that out there as well. It's based on an actual dude and his Wall Street exploits. He was a little bit of a cutthroat guy to get by in corporate America, and it kind of goes to show, what you might have to do to be uber successful in corporate America. So take that for what it's worth. It's also a good counter story, if you will, to bring you to the point where you understand exactly what you won't do to be successful in corporate America. So that's my little Wolf of Wall Street 2 cents. Again, good movie. Matthew McConaughey's in it. He's a great little cameo. He's awesome. It's all right.
All right, man. We gotta get ready to close this out because we run up on the witching hour, and we only got 5 hours to get it done. And to be honest with you, man, I got a lot more to say about that whole concept, even though I've never seen the movie. It's just me and my psyche and the way I see the world. And I wish everybody saw the world the way I see it, but that ain't life right now. Let me just pass the rock to Triple R because he's first up, and just give some quick closing thoughts, man, before we get out of here.
Yeah, shout out to everybody that joined us in the chat on all 3 of the networks. The Nomad Network, at Kids of Canuck, and at Triple R SCS, also known as Sports Chicago Style. Yeah, thanks for hanging out with us for all of the different topics and subject matter. And remember, the draft is coming up. And last weekend there in April. Make sure you are joined on all three networks. Have those notifications on, so when we do go live all weekend, you are with us in the place to be to see all of those picks that we've never even heard their names. Oh, and Nomad, HBCU athletes. Have you looked at any of those yet? Check some of those out because I heard some of those are pretty good this year. But also be sure we'll be back
Get on
with
my
you.
plate, man.
Huh?
Stop throwing shit on my plate. I got enough.
The HBCUs. Don't sleep.
I get it. I get that.
But yeah, then we'll look forward to seeing you on Sunday on Nomad at night, and then next week Chef Trips will be in the place on some extra sauce doing a live and in person cooking demo. So big up to everybody. Appreciate the support and look forward to keeping the content rolling. Kids,
eating potatoes.
Yeah. Thanks again for joining us on a Wednesday, man. For some extra sauce. Hope you enjoyed it. We definitely enjoyed hanging out with you. Look at that guy. Beautiful dude. Go give him a little bit of love over at Keza Canuck right here on YouTube. Do the same thing for Sports Chicago Style and at the Nomad Network. Leave a like, share, subscribe, perhaps a comment. We'll get back to you. Big shout outs to some of the folks out there who joined us today. AC Adam, Patrick Higgins, Ron Winarski, who else? Cloud Chasers Radio was out there.
I think Crimson swam through. Red Baron.
Yeah, definitely Red Baron.
Benji
Crimson
was through.
But yeah,
everybody.
Big ups to all you guys for coming out. Oh, Jay Grizz, man. Big ups to Jay Grizz. I ain't seen Jay Grizz in a minute. Want to give him a little bit of love too before we get out of here. But yeah, man, we touch on all sorts of things like we always do on a Wednesday. A little bit of Bears, got an understanding as to what they're doing. Shout out to the Notch. A little bit of food, drink, and doomsday prepping, as well as a couple of flicks. And we'll do the same thing again this time next week. So come check us out again on Wednesday and on Sunday for Nomad Live, where we focus on the Bears and whatever went down between Wednesday and Sunday.
Look at baby Kaz. Get those baby Kaz Zerberts. And also a shout out to Mrs. vidIQ.
Oh, yes. And vidIQ too.
Yeah.
A shout out to everybody, man. It's just this is I think we live in a very, very unique time in life, and for a lot of different reasons. And some of it we kind of discussed it as we got through portions of the show, especially towards the end when we start talking about, doomsday survival, when we start getting into, the alien stuff, and then finish it off with the movies. I think we kind of slid into what I see going on right now. It's a lot. And I think we're seeing the downfall of a certain society or societies. And some people are in denial about it, man. And I'm not one of those people. I see it for what it is. And, people in the Western Hemisphere that are running societies and running governments have had their time. And what they've done in their time that have run these societies, these governments, has been absolutely horrid. Absolutely horrid. And so I don't feel bad for anybody or anything that supports the continued movement of this kind of society that's willing to support, let's just say, what's being done to the people in Palestine. And just one little example. They have raised that complete society of people down to the ground. With the support of our tax money here in the United States. And, I've been trying not to speak to that. And I'm going to just say that with some discipline and I'm going to curb my excitement about it. But it's totally abhorrent to me. I mean, to a level you wouldn't even understand by me describing it to you, to do that to a people. And that's just the surface level of it. Raising of the buildings and destroying their society and destroying their culture and what they've done to those people with our tax dollars. It's so disturbing to me because the details inside of what they've done to the Palestinian people is so, I can't consider these people that have done these things to be human, because humans don't think things like this. And I just want to leave it there as we get ready to get off of this thing. And I just want to thank everybody for being here. And the only reason I'm shutting up right now is because I'm about to say something I wish I didn't say. But we got to get ready to get out of here. And I appreciate my brothers right here, and I love them. And I love y'all in the chat, and keep supporting everything that we do over there on Kids of Canucks channel, over there on Sports Chicago Style, and of course over here on the Nomad Network. We need your support. We need your love. We need everything you can bring to the table. We need your energy. That's how we roll, man. But I just want to leave you guys with these famous words. Love, peace, and hair grease, y'all.